Jones, McBride, Franco, Bordelon, Baumgardner, and Communications, Councilor McBride.
Good evening. No direct communication, just attended the Board of Education budget discussion last week. Other than that, communication that all the other counselors have received via emails, but I'm not going to go through each and every email that we received from our constituents. So no other communication at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Baumgardner. Councilor Bordelon, if you can go while he's getting ready.
Sure, thank you. I too also attended 2 Board of Ed budget sessions, one last week, one yesterday. Also attended, what else? Got to attend a home Fitch High School fencing match. Let's see what else I have on my notes here. Also been speaking with John Burt and the DEI committee to help put together everything we'll need for February 1st for the kickoff to Black History Month that the town is having. Again, that is February 1st at 3:30 out in front of the town hall. And I hope everyone can come out and support. I have no other communications. Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For communications, I did have a letter that everyone should have gotten from Ms. Hilton or Ms. McAusher from Sandra Smith about education or the education budget. Also, I received a letter from someone, and since I didn't have time to get it to them, I'm just going to read it real quick. It's just a few lines. And you may or may not have gotten this, but it says, Groton Town Council and RTM. On your agenda, do not forget to include the 80% complete inaccessibility of the Mystic Coastal Access due to the signage missing. My inputs to the new town council of 11:30 and 12:07 provide the details and proof of the missing signage location. Make the town manager, John Burt, and town planning department, John Reiner, get involved and get the signage replaced. It would be a benefit to the town if complete. The town officials have known and ignored this problem since 2016. He asked that I read that, so I wanted to make sure that before I was able to scan it, I could get it to you. Thank you.
Councilor Baumgardner.
No meeting news, no reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kasiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I received 2 emails from a Tim Marchand and a Stephanie Kerr regarding short-term rentals and their concerns about rentals affecting their neighborhood. Clerk McAusher, I'll get those to you so you can attach them. And I also attended the superintendent's public hearing for the Board of Education budget and also received all the communications about the Burroughs Farm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I attended the Rules Committee and the Board of Ed budget meeting, RTM meeting. I received communications regarding the Burroughs Farm. And I also met with a resident in person regarding her blight issue, which she's having a horrible rat infestation problem in the middle of a neighborhood. And it's something that I brought to John Burt's attention, and hopefully the town will be taking care of this rather quickly and swiftly. Also, I do have some referrals that I'd like to read during other business. So I would ask the council, please don't adjourn too quickly this evening when we get down to that section of the agenda. Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the Board of Ed opening budget meeting, received quite a variety of emails on the Burroughs Farm, and continued with the Groton Open Space border walks on more of their properties, which we do every January or so. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I neglected to say that we had met with the personnel and appointments for reappointment of a number of positions. So that meeting was held this past week as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So I don't see Councilor Parker. I believe she's on her way over here. So I have some appointments to make. Just one note on the appointment. A lot of those are not specific mayoral appointments, and they are appointments of the council. Those I checked with the town manager and Lisa, and the process is it's going to have to go through personal appointments and back to full approval at a council meeting. So the ones that do explicitly say mayor appointment and that I have found a volunteer for, I will make those appointments now. The liaison to the Council of Governments, I'll appoint John Burt. Thank you for volunteering to do that. To the School Readiness Council, Kevin Trejo. Eastern Regional, David Hume. So those are the ones that I have now that are mayoral appointments and have found volunteers for. Others, they haven't, like for instance, beautification is mayoral appointments, but they don't have an opening. Those their terms haven't expired. So that's what I have for now. All right, still don't see Councilor Parker, so we'll move on to the approval of minutes, and that's on page 2. I'll make a motion to approve the committee of the whole meeting minutes of January 11th, 2022. So moved.
Second from Groton.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Jane,
All right, that carries 7 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Franco. On to new business. 5A legislative priorities. I want to welcome Senator Summers and Representatives Conley and Dela Cruz. Thank you for coming to visit us. So we had sort of sent over some of our priorities to you in advance. So that was sort of the priorities of the group as a whole, but each counselor would still like to speak individually. But yeah, so Senator Summers, you have the floor if you'd like to say anything to begin with.
You'd think I would have this down after Zoom, but I forgot to unmute myself there. So first of all, thanks for meeting with us. It's really helpful to be able to come and have direct conversations with you and learn what your priorities are. And for those of you who haven't seen, congratulations on your new election. Congratulations to the new mayor. I wish you well in this coming term. I received your agenda, but I have to say it was been revised a few times. So I thought maybe the mayor would like to go over your priorities. They're very general. And typically, if we're going to go for funding, for example, I think one of the last one was $1 million for opiates. We need way more than that. The state does not just give towns money and then you go figure out how to spend it. We would need to have a a detailed plan on how you plan on spending the money, what it's going to be used for, et cetera. So I do have some questions about that. And then in addition, I have some questions on the $7 million, I think it was, for the community center. I'm currently getting funding for a community wellness center up north. And in order to obtain that money, the town has to show that they're going to be contributing, that either there's a referendum that's been passed, because the state is somewhat no longer in the business of just giving a town money for something that doesn't really have a thorough thought out plan. So that's the first thing that I thought when I looked at your agenda. So maybe if we go through those items, if you have more details, you could share them with us. All of us will be happy to try to advocate for the town for money for certain projects, but it can't be give us the town $1 million and we'll figure out what to do after it. That just is not going to fly. So I thought maybe you want to go through your agenda first, and then, Representative Conley and myself and Councilor Delacruz, Representative Delacruz could ask questions on each subject if that works for you all.
I'm sorry. Okay, so you want us to go through each one of the priorities that you we sent you, and then
I think that would be helpful, because we could, unless other people have more information than I do. I just got the list and it didn't really have any detail to it. So when I talked to the town manager, I said, could you expand, for example, on the $1 million for opiates? And he had indicated the council was thinking we would get the money and then we would figure out what to do with it after. That's a tough ask to ask the state to do. So we would have to have more specifics on, that for an example, or the $7 million for a senior center. The state will want to know, where's the senior center? Did the town approve it? Did it get approved by referendum? How much is the town kicking in? What are the plans? So that's why I thought we should go through your agenda that you sent to us, and then we could learn some more details.
Okay. Well, first, the community center, there is a plan that has been made up by town staff. It's not been approved. I feel like we were requested to send you priorities that we thought were important to us. And then I feel like that's what we did. We sent priorities over. The plan for the community center is something that's important to us. We don't have an approved plan. I understand that if you need an approved plan in order to get that money, we don't have one right now. So that's
okay. So that's why this conversation is really helpful. For example, if you have the plans, if all the plans are done, if you had what the council's going to do, I don't know how much the community center is going to cost. Is the $7 million part of the request for $7 million? Is this community center going to cost, I'm making this up, $10 million and you're looking for $7 million? Are you looking for the state to fund the entire community center? Those are sort of the details that we would need. I can tell you, I just went through one in Griswold, and first we got them the funding to finish the plans through a bond referendum. Then through bonding. Then they went out and they had a referendum to build out the whole community center. And the state was able to give them some money towards it, but the town had showed that they had also contributed. So if that makes sense, and thank you for putting your priorities together. I think we just need a little bit more detail for all of them to be able to submit in for money for the town.
Right. Understood. That is something that we can supply you with at a later date. We don't have detailed plans on what we would do with the opioid money. I know there's a settlement coming. The plan there was that we would essentially make a committee for the money that we got. The community center has a plan written up by town staff, but that has not been approved by the council. Specifically for the bridges, that was sort of a summation of the bridge repairs that we need in the town at the moment. So certainly we can work on getting detailed plans on all those things. There was also the COVID testing sites that councilors thought were important to have more of in the town in general, and also in our schools, as well as councilors thought that the train station in Groton was a very important priority for us. So those were our priorities. If you need more detailed plans in order to get funding, then certainly we can work on getting you that in the future.
Okay, so, maybe what we could do is meet another time. Also, in addition to this, once you have more of the details that we would be able to use to be able to submit for funding. A train station is a huge ask, as I'm sure Representative Conley can attest to. That needs federal approval and also state approval. And that's something that we would need significant dollars for. I do think Groton needs a train station. We used to have one. The COVID testing sites, just to touch on that, we were able to work with DPH and Ledge Light, and they're actually testing, I think, as we speak right now, over in the city. As far as COVID testing in the schools, that is something that I have been working on with the governor's office to push them through public health to advocate. I've been advocating for what we call test and stay, which is a little different than what we're doing. We're doing screen and stay, which doesn't really work as effective as test and stay for this new variant, because you can have absolutely no symptoms at all and be positive for Omicron. So test and stay, I've given all the data to the governor's office, has been used in other states where if you have been exposed or you have come in close contact with a student who has tested positive, what you do is every day the child that comes in contact is tested at the nurse's office. If they're negative, they go to class. If they're positive, they go home and quarantine. Massachusetts has done this, and they have saved over 100,000 hours of school time by keeping kids in school. And it also has given us some great data on the transmission rate of COVID within school, which in Massachusetts is about 0.003%. So it really helps kids stay in school, which is one of the biggest focuses right now because of what has happened over the past almost 2 years with the test scores of kids in school because of, having to be hybrid or home, at home learning versus what's happening now. We also have been pushing for relief. Maybe Groton hasn't experienced this as much as some other towns for having the National Guard fill in to drive the buses because they do have CDL licensing. I know that that's something that actually the DMV is looking at right now with the governor's office, but we do think hopefully that we're on the sort of tail end of what's happening with the big bubble of Omicron. So that's my update on testing sites in school. That has not been approved yet. That is something that we've been pushing the governor to do because we think it's the right way to go. But that's where we stand.
Thank you. Representative Conley?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. And congratulations. Good to see everyone on Zoom. Hopefully next time we'll see you, it'll be in person. I'll report back to Joe Delacruz as to what happens today. I know he did have an earlier meeting. And I did text him to see if he was off that, but I hadn't heard back. So he's probably still in that meeting. And I'm sure he sends his apologies, but the Zoom world and the double booking, unfortunately has caught up with us already, even 2 weeks before session starts. I just wanted to go over a couple things and maybe you'll understand some of the reasons why we do need a little more information as this is a short session year, and to get things done during short session, which starts February 9th and ends May 5th. We have kind of a compact couple months to do things. Bills, just so you're aware, if you have any bills you'd like us to file, the filing deadline is February 10th, which is right around the corner. So it's good that we have these priorities, but if you are thinking of other things, please let us know before February 10th. We can always try different ways if someone filed a similar bill to get your idea added to it. But if something is going around in anyone's head, please share that before February 10th. Also, public hearings. Most of our bills do need a public hearing to get voted out of committee. And that goes for a lot of town things, town needs you might have. If you have any conveyance requests, public hearings end in the beginning of March for the smaller communities, and then for the budget communities, the end of March. So you do need to get for financial things and conveyances, we do need that quickly just due to the timeframes in the session, which is why sometimes we say, what are the details? What are the details? It's because we do need to get the forms processed to get the business going. I did want to put something on everyone's calendar. February 4th at 12:30 p.m., Department of Transportation is going to be doing through the Transportation Committee that Senator Summers and myself is on, a Zoom talking about the ways you can apply for federal funding. Towns can apply, and that is, again, it'll be on the internet, cga.ct.gov. You can go to Transportation Committee. Every committee has their own YouTube, and for those who work during the day where you can't be there from 12:30 to 3, it's going to be recorded. So when we have our snowstorm over the weekend, you can watch on that, or if town staff has other meetings. Sorry, it's not this weekend, it's next weekend. If town staff has other meetings at that time, you can catch the meeting and the instructions. But there is federal dollars due to COVID and due to the Build Back Better plan available for some of these needs. I'm thinking, especially because transportation dollars, these bridge projects, and the towns would be applying for those themselves through your COG or through your town directly to the federal government. And these are for shovel-ready projects. So maybe you might not be quite ready on the Groton Long Point Bridge, but there could be other bridges. I know we've been talking about some of these bridges for many years, so you might be able to apply for these federal dollars right away. The deadlines are probably going to be in the next couple of months, so do try to watch that, have town staff watch it so you know how to apply for that, and let us know what you're applying for too, so if we can assist. There should be bonding dollars available as well for town, because there will be some town dollars that have to go into this. There should be some state bonding projects maybe to help with some of your town matches. We can't guarantee anything, but we can certainly advocate for your needs as long as we know them. And again, the shovel ready is important. As far as the community center, New London was just successful in getting their community center. That was an off-session, offset project, but they did keep their representatives and senators involved in what the plans are. So I understand you first have to, as council, approve it before you can make it public. But once you're ready for that, let us know so we can start advocating for that as soon as possible. I don't want to force you to our timelines for short session, but I'd like to be there to help you get the funding for that. It's important. What did we talk about? The train station study that passed last year is on track. Just so you know, it does include a train station for Groton, and the state study is the first step in the federal funding process. So I did have a DOT meeting about a month ago on that. It is out with a consultant. They are doing all the work for this train station in Groton and one up in the Norwich area as well to try to have more train accessibility. So that is on track. We're not quite ready for it yet, but hopefully soon. And hopefully we can get the federal dollars because the train stations do cost, even the simplest train station is actually pricing out at about $20 million right now. So it is, they're large structures and they cost some money. So we're trying to get some federal dollars for that. COVID testing, I'm so pleased that they were able to solve the COVID test issue with changing the test companies this week, and we should not have any delays in the testing that happens in Groton City on Tuesdays. And hopefully I would like to say hopefully we can get more testing centers, but hopefully we don't need that. Hopefully this Omicron variant, it looks like we are certainly on the down right now, and hopefully that is the last major variant we have to deal with for a while, but that I certainly agree we need to figure out what happens if this is the situation that we're in. Every couple of months we get a new variant. We're going to have to make sure people have accessibility to testing. So those who are sick are able to get tested and isolate. And those who have a regular old sniffles, traditional winter cold, allergies, those folks know that they're not passing COVID around and they can get to as the new normal of our lives together. And then the opioid settlement money should be on our way. That will be distributed through the General Assembly. And the towns will each get a portion, but it's good to know that's your desire to make sure that we advocate that you guys get funded. And that I look forward to hearing if others have other ideas or what we can do. Again, it's a short session, so things do go fast and furious. Please reach out, call, email, let us know what you're interested in so we can advocate for your needs.
Thank you. Yes. So now I'll open it up to counselors. So if anyone has anything specific that they want to add, Counselor Kassirer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Senator Summers and Representative Conley for being here. The North Stonington Bridge is a big priority for me since I've been on the RTM in 2019. I've been hearing about it. And it is a very large concern for me that the fire chief in Old Mystic has been reporting that there have been delays in emergency response times for up to 4 minutes. So I hope that can be a priority for us to get that finally fixed after all these years. I also was wondering if there was any way to obtain state aid for municipalities to help offset the costs of the police accountability bill costs. I know that to reach even just a CALIA standard of accreditation can cost up to $10,000 to $12,000. And I would hate to see our police department training budget be depleted just to pay for some of these requirements, which I agree with the requirements, but I hope that perhaps the state can start help offset these things. And also I was hoping there was any type of way to get the Allen Street restructuring expedited, if there's any way possible to do that. Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Senator Summers and Representative Conley, for joining us tonight. I've just got a couple of things that didn't make it on the other list. First off, I'd like for you to push to properly fund the state contracting standards board. They did not have the proper funding last year. They're very limited in what they can actually do. So I think it would be a huge help for this area for a number of different projects if we could get that pushed through. Additionally, I know we did myself and some others, we looked around at different brownfields, and we recognize that the cleanup for brownfields typically will happen. You'll get state funding for that after contracts are signed or after they've started construction. However, with the Mystic Educational Center, that area up there, it's not a commercial or an industrial area. And I think if the state, since the state owns it and the state's responsible for it, if we could get them to put some money into getting that cleaned up, it would make it more palatable to investors to see where we move from here. And I guess the only other thing I would ask, and this is to all of you, including Representative Dela Cruz, the executive authority for the governor and the emergency powers, from my perspective, that's got to end. We need to show everybody that we're getting back to work and we're trying to move forward, and we can't just keep giving the governor all of our responsibilities, giving him that power. I think we need to start doing things. I think the priorities in southeastern Connecticut and Groton will be served better if we retain that control ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor McBride.
Thank you, Senator Summers and Representative Conley, for attending this evening. Just had a couple points or questions. I'm not sure if just some comments maybe. Was wondering if there's any way we can look at the allocation from the Pequot Mohegan funds to the local municipalities. I know it's come up in the past, but I believe Southeastern Connecticut deserves additional amounts, more than some of the other areas throughout the state. I'm wondering if that can be reviewed once again. I also, as we all know, the casino revenues have also increased dramatically from online sports and online gaming. And I'm wondering if there's any way the percentages that are paid out to the municipalities throughout the state could be increased. That percentage that we're paid throughout the state as what the casino payments are is a really small percentage. So I'd hope there would be some movement in terms of increasing those payments to the municipalities. One other thing is the increased pilot percentage that's paid. There was some movement last year on that, and that was greatly appreciated. But I think there could be some additional movement there. As we all know, Connecticut is in dire straits with its property tax system, and the pilot funding percentage is dismal. So we'd like to see some movement on that as well. One other item I think is worthy, and I think you may be looking into it, is to decrease the sales tax to assist small businesses throughout the state. Small businesses are really suffering, and I think any movement from some of the coffers, the money the state has. If we could look to decrease the sales tax, that would be beneficial as well. And one other item is, are we looking at, or are you looking into any additional matters concerning the trash issues that we're gonna see coming down the road, this year and next year? And is there any movement in terms of, anaerobic trash to energy plants or anything of that nature? Because there's definitely some issues that are coming down the road, and hopefully we're looking to address that now versus wait until we get hit upside the head with it. So appreciate your assistance on any of those matters. Thank you.
Senator Summers.
Yes, I wasn't sure if you want us to respond, but I did want to respond to a couple things. The first thing was the North Stonington Bridge. I hate to say that bridge has been not repaired for it feels like forever, since I think I was the mayor. So the history, you probably know, Groton would fund it, Stonington would not, then Stonington would fund it, we would not. So if you can get Stonington on board, that they're going to fund it. I don't know whether I think last year their Board of Finance cut out the funding for it. Then I'm sure that Representative Conley and I can push so you can get the funding to get that bridge fixed. I think it needs to be fixed desperately. I used to live right there on River Road, and it needs to be fixed. And I've heard repeatedly from Chief Richards about the safety issues. So we just need to get the two towns on board. If you guys can work with the Board of Finance and the Selectman's Office in Stonington to make sure that they are on board, that would be really helpful. We had the funding there, and then the towns couldn't get together with their share. So that would be really helpful on that. As far as the aid and the police accountability, that's one of the things that I had argued about on the floor when I voted against that bill, is because we are putting all these requirements and mandates to towns, and the state never comes through on their promise to pay. And in this case, they're not promising to pay for anything. That was all going to be pushed down. So we did talk about the increased cost to municipalities. That's something that we tried to push through last year, but it was not a bill that was able to be brought up to be heard. And I think that's a real issue for municipalities. We can look into the Allen Street restructuring to try to expedite that. DOT has very strict guidelines as to how they prioritize jobs. It's something that we can certainly ask about, and we may have some clout because I'm in leadership and Christine is on the committee, so that might be helpful, and get back to you. As far as the property pushing for the full funding on the state contracting board, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm trying to look at the person who asked the question on this gallery. Councilor Westerfeld, that was in the budget. We actually had that in the appropriations budget. It was $400,000, and the governor cut that out. I know I have written to the governor's office to restore that funding. I think it's absolutely unacceptable that, the board that is supposed to review state contracts, you cut all the funding so they can't do it. And I believe Representative Conley and Senator Austin have also, if I'm remembering correctly, written and said, you have to fully fund this. I'll have a bill in again to fully fund it, and I sit on appropriations, and we will fully fund it. But then it goes to the governor, and if he cuts it, he cuts it. So that's what happened with that. Just so anybody watching knows that the legislature did fully fund it. It was the governor that got rid of it. The brownfields for cleanup, that is always like the chicken and the egg. We can try to push to have them clean it up. The state is notoriously terrible at cleaning up sites that they own. They want to have somebody sort of on the hook before they're willing to entertain that. It took years and years for us to get the funding for Preston. I finally just got the last tranche of money for Preston for the cleanup on that state hospital property, but we can certainly ask. So we can certainly try to push that forward. You mentioned the executive authority. The allocation of the Mohegan Pequot Fund, we just redid that. I'm sorry, where's Mr. McBride? I don't see, oh, hi, sorry. So I'm not sure there's gonna be a lot of chance to make any movement on that. As far as the agreement on the new gaming bill, that again was just decided with the casinos. And you remember, I'm sure, how difficult that was to come to an agreement. I don't see much chance of making any movements on increasing funding to the municipalities through that agreement that was just signed. Pilot, again, we just redid that whole piloting structure last time. That's going to be a tough ask, but I do think, honestly, with the influx of money that we have coming in, primarily from the federal government, we would not be in this position if it wasn't for COVID, that there may be some chance of property relief this year, property tax relief, by either increasing funding to the municipalities, or the governor may decide to do something on a higher level. So there is some property tax relief. But those three areas that you asked about, Councilor McBride, we've just sort of tweaked. I think it's going to be hard to go back and try to tweak those again. And my caucus actually did come out with a plan to decrease the sales tax just a week and a half ago. So that's something that I think many of us would like to see. It's not a huge impact, but it really impacts those who are most vulnerable because it's a regressive tax. So all of us would like to see any kind of tax relief that we could possibly give. So I would be supportive of that for sure. And then trash to energy, aerobic digestion is like my best friend. I've been trying to push for an aerobic digester, as Councillor Baumgartner knows, and I think Councillor Bordelon for years. We're making headway, and I will continue to put that bill in this year because I think we really could use one in southeastern Connecticut, and I would love to have it located in Groton if you'd like to have it here. It definitely needs a special location because it's not a perfume factory, and it needs to have good buffer around it. But we are making some movement. DEEP does not like anaerobic digestion. They don't like it, but it is a great way to take all the organic waste out of the waste stream and produce energy and wonderful compost. So if you want to talk further about that, I would love to do that. I'm happy to take you to see the only anaerobic digester that we have here in the state of Connecticut. It's amazing. The guy's actually a former Pfizer person. So it is a very interesting way to reduce the waste stream. And actually your incinerators burn much cleaner because you're not burning this organic waste. So if you would like to talk about that, I would be happy to do that offline. And that bill will go in again this year.
Thank you. Couple things. Thank you, Senator Summers. A lot of what you guys mentioned is some good stuff that we've been working on. I echo a lot of what Senator Summers said. To add on to the policing, there is money set aside that the governor does have control over. And I know I talked to Chief Pizarro about a month and a half ago for overtime if the chief or the town finds that they are in need, especially having to do with youth crime, through the governor's task force. And he does, or the governor's office does have money. At that point, it seemed like the police department had their resources, but if that has changed, or if folks are having issues getting the money out of the governor's office, please let us know. It doesn't solve all your issues, but again, funding in one area frees up money and that you can use for another that you feel the need for. As for the brownfields, it does take a bit, but together we can to get those brownfields cleaned up. Let us know. Oftentimes, the state does want to know what the property is going to be used for, because depending on the use, there's different levels of cleaning, and you certainly don't want to have to go to an area multiple times and not do it right. So if things need to be done in a deep level, if a property is being used for residential, that's different than if it's being used for offices. If you're having well for water, clearly that's a different area that needs to make sure it's clean. So often that is the first step, is what's the intended use of the property so that it gets cleaned to the appropriate level. You certainly don't want to have brownfields dollars appropriated and then find out that it didn't get your property cleaned up for the future use, because then you have to reallocate that money, and it's the same process every time. It takes multiple years, but we need to start doing it. That will help more developers be able to access that property if it is cleaned appropriately. And again, the bipartisan, the House and Senate did want to fund the Contract Standards Board. The governor cut that money out. I know Senator Summers, Senator Austin, and myself and the entire delegation sent in letters to fund that board appropriately. There are a few options we're looking at now in bills that will possibly even move that board out of the governor's full control. So to get the board moved in a way that it can do its intended purposes. And again, if we have two projects that I know of in Eastern Connecticut, if you look at all the towns across the state, I'm sure everyone has a project that they probably need reviewed. So they need more than one full-time person in that department. They just can't do the workload. Pequot funds, again, we did just go over. The towns of Ledyard and Montville did get substantial funding for hosting the tribes to probably be paid appropriately for the first time in decades. In the bill that the delegation, the entire Eastern delegation, a bipartisan bill, we had more money for the surrounding towns like Groton. But unfortunately, that did not make it through the final bill of the gaming bill. But as we're getting more gaming revenue, again, that started in, I believe, October, that you could start doing online gaming. We can't really forecast the numbers because we've only had, part of a quarter. We're not really into knowing, are these numbers something we can count on? There is a fad that some people will start gaming. And then I have a feeling next month there'll be an event that a lot of people are probably online betting as the Super Bowl comes through. So we do need to figure out how much money that is and appropriately pay the town, and also make sure that our gambling resources are funded properly, because there will be some additional folks that need that help, just like any other addiction issue. Trash, we got to do something about it. And with the trash needing to either go out of state or us figuring out a better way, hopefully that'll get folks' thoughts on or anaerobic digesters a little better. I say a lot of times the General Assembly works quick out of necessity. So hopefully this is the opportunity, because we've got 2 years and we've got to figure out what to do with our trash. We should reuse and recycle what we can, but each household and each business still has things that they cannot reuse and recycle, and that needs to go somewhere safe. And what we've been doing, burning it, isn't the right thing. Trucking it isn't a good use of our natural resources either. So we've got to find a better way to deal with things we can't recycle. And I see Rep. Delacruz was able to join us too.
Yes, welcome, Representative Delacruz. We were sort of just discussing about the priorities we sent over. We understand that in your short session, some of those are just not going to be possible. But now each individual counselor is sort of discussing the things that they find important to themselves. So certainly you have the floor for anything you want to say.
Okay, I appreciate it. Sorry for running a little bit behind. I had another Zoom. If we had to cancel our gala for this year, and a lot of things came up, and there was some timely things that had to be done in a Zoom meeting to unsign up. Fortunately, we're finding another venue shortly here. But I just want to comment on a couple things that I see coming up in the session, and I'm not going to re-go over what Senator Summers and both Rep. Conley just did, but I would just want to keep people involved with the police bill and the juvenile, the move towards a lot of the bills that we're seeing are a lot going towards punishment and making sure that we get these kids, a lot of some long sentences. Some of the bills that I see going on they're not in yet, but some of the discussion that I'm hearing is we're gonna try to go back and possibly go to more punitive. And I'm hoping, and I know the Black and Latino Caucus is working on it, that we get funding in these areas where we can get these kids to do different things and not try to go back into the model where we started in the 90s. I remember, when we were shutting down Norwich State Hospital, I was part of the building union then, and we went from so many prison beds to tripling that number. And hopefully, we balance, what is definitely an issue. Kids are doing things now, and it seems like we're in a time where crime could be on the uptick. But I hope that we still are able to keep on the pace that we were. We were low in crime before all this spike happened. I think a lot had to do with COVID. But again, we're going to work towards. There's some bills that are going to be coming out of the Black and Latino Caucus, and I'm sure I'll share them with you folks when we get there. But a lot of the talk and rhetoric, I think we have to make sure that we temper that down and make sure we have a smart, balanced approach to how we take care of this issue. And there's no doubt there's an issue. A lot of things that happen around the state that we're not really happy with. But again, I think we have to make sure that we balance it out and get to the why of the problem. As far as the trash to energy plant goes, or the digester, I think Senator Summers said it best that, we're going to look for a spot, and it'd be a great spot in Groton, but I can guarantee you, and I think the council knows this better than anybody, you could offer to put a beautiful park with a swimming pool and basketball court right on someone's property next to it in a neighborhood. And there's going to be folks that come out against it. There's a lot of reasons for not having an anaerobic digester right next to your neighborhood. There are smells. There are a lot of different issues. And I think it's going to be an obstacle, but I think we have to do some educating on it. And so people understand what it is. And again, if you're trying to look for a piece of property, there was a gun range that was out in the country that wasn't able to go through. A lot of neighbors get together, and I can imagine the battle that's going to ensue when we tell someone that there's going to be this type of equipment, within 100 yards of their home or 200 yards. So that's something that we have to make sure we take care of. And again, we're not going to be able to keep burning trash forever. I'm in and out of those plants, and I see how it works. And we do need to look for new venues, but I'm not really sure trucking it to Ohio is going to work anymore either. And then I think just the Pequot money, I know both Senator Summers and Conley talked about that. That is going to be, it's done. And we had our fight, but I want to remind everybody, we did lose a representative on Eastern Connecticut side of the state because of our census. Our numbers went down. They went up on the other side of the state, and Representative France, who was a stalwart, someone that we could always count on when we were talking about Eastern Connecticut issues, especially regarding the casino and Pequot funding, is no longer a seat on the side of the state. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. We're going to have to work as a collectively. Right now, with the Eastern Connecticut delegation has done an incredible job sticking together on those issues. I think that's why we were able to get gambling and through the way we did. But we're down a person. So it's like now we're playing, instead of playing 9-on-9, well, not even that. We were probably 9-on-3 in baseball when you consider in how many other reps there are, and now it's probably 9-on-2. So just keep that in mind. We're going to keep fighting for Eastern Connecticut and making sure we get what's coming to us, but there's going to be some challenges in the future losing a very important vote.
Thank you, Senator Summers.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, we've done a lot of talking about trash here. So I just wanted to mention one of the things that the council might want to look at is each year I put in a bill to get away from single stream recycling because it doesn't work. We don't actually recycle anything in the state of Connecticut. Everybody, separates their plastic, but it's so contaminated because of the single stream that it's either burned or it's shipped to Philadelphia, or now we're contaminating the Philippine Islands by truckload. So there's a movement that I, along with some other folks that are really interested in conservation and recycling, are trying to do a campaign to recycle correctly. So you would have to separate like we used to. I don't know if you're all old enough to remember, but we used to separate your plastic, your paper, your cardboard. You had brown bottles and green bottles and clear bottles, clear glass, because nothing is really being recycled in the state of Connecticut, and it's costing us a fortune. So even just that change to go to multi-stream recycling would make a significant difference in our trash footprint that we have here in the state of Connecticut. And when Representative Dela Cruz was talking, I just wanted to mention one thing about, we're seeing a lot of increase. Car thefts are they're up 41%. Murders are up 30% in the state of Connecticut. But what we're looking to do is maybe to make some of the charges dealing with fentanyl stronger, because fentanyl is our new problem that's mixed in with marijuana, it's mixed in with opiates, and now they're finding it in pills. So we would like to make some of the folks that are selling products that are contaminated with fentanyl, which does not have a super high sentence with it because of just the way it's listed, to look at that, review those, and make sure that folks are being charged if they're, a large dealer and someone dies, that it is appropriately sentenced. So there are people that are very, very adamant about that, especially those that are coming from the addiction world. So I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. It just made me think of it when Representative Dela Cruz was speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And I just wanted to add real quick that we will be meeting with the First Select Woman and the Finance Board from Stonington next month to discuss, our mutual budget items. I don't know if that's going to fit your timeline, but those discussions will be had. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming and speaking. Senator Summers, Representative Connolly, and Representative Dela Cruz. I can align my remarks with some of the things that were already discussed as we kind of graphed this all together and sent the 5 of the ones that most people supported. My thought on the COVID testing in the schools was definitely looking at the need for COVID testing, especially in the schools that have a school-based health center. Usually schools that qualify for school-based health, there is a need, and it's usually a financial income need or poverty line need, or looking at Title I services. I guess that the concern with that is recently, now it's you return back to school even if you've come in contact, as long as you're testing daily up until. And I talked to folks that can't afford, they can't get the test. People were thankful that the handout happened, but that was 2 tests in a family of 5. That's 1 round of COVID or just 1 person that gets it. So having the accessibility for school-based health to be able to help students that are concerned and helping parents. So I really, really support that. Also looking at the Stonington Bridge is something I've been passionate about for a while since I got elected. And I do agree that it needs to be fixed. How we work together collaboratively with our state governments and with Stonington to find a way to align that will only better both sections of the Groton Mystic and the Stonington side. Something else that I'm really passionate about is clean water. Looking at the lead pipe concern in our town. I know in the past, other states, other towns have had movements where the state government has helped municipalities on a local level, private residents, where they did a testing date, where they came out, they gave them kits, and they were able to test their drinking water to identify, if there's lead and things like that. And then the programs have gone even further where then they even help them to get funding to help replace those. Looking at the learning disabilities and delays and the other cognitive issues, I think it would be very important. And it's something not just, on a priority on one side of town. It definitely would be for all of Groton. And so that's something I would love to look at. I can align my remarks with some of the things that Councilor McBride had already stated as well. And also looking at the, just want to find my space here, I apologize. Sports fields, I know it's come up many times. Groton has not got off the ground with it yet, but there is a concern for youth sports fields. And I think the model needs to start at the high school to make sure that, female athletes are equally represented as male athletes and having equal opportunities for locker rooms, restrooms, changing rooms, as well as sports fields. I think the community center is kind of a bit of a frustrating topic because there's not been a really comprehensive master plan that we've been kind of agreeing upon it in phases. This is something that started for a while. But I was looking at the budget recently with the Board of Ed coming up. They're kind of reviewing their budget currently. And the amount of money spent to rent and go to swimming facilities. So just looking at that as another concern in our town, having access to a community center, as Dela Cruz talked about, crime rates, robberies. One of the things in Groton is there's not a hub here where youth can hang out. And we do not have a place where they can. The library works for some, but that closes. Where does a 17-year-old on a Friday night that can be out till 9 other than the movies? We need a sense of community and a place. And I think that will decrease the numbers. So I know it was stated that there's not a direct plan, but we have to come up with some plan. And a youth center would be one of those with swimming, because I do consider being able to swim as a public health concern, especially in the minority community. So that is something that I am very passionate and hope that we look at ways to enhance our sports fields and our community centers, or look at one. Currently, the one we have, there might be some office buildings going in, but really, if we're going to make that a town building, then maybe we want to build an actual community center. So these are all big plans and ideas, but I mean, we just have to start thinking about them. That's pretty much all I have right now, but I do thank you guys all for coming as always. And I know that you guys are a phone call away, and I appreciate your support in looking at ways to better Groton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I think one of the things that I would like the state to sort of focus on for Groton is some of the paving of our state roads, and possibly sidewalks and the configuration of sidewalks and crosswalks and bike paths. This is something that many people around our community have been talking to me about, at least. There are certain sections of, especially Route 1 up by coming down the Hamburger Hill. And that has been a tough road for quite some time. And I have received numerous complaints on that one. I also, as part of the sports field task force, the council has funded a study, and we are sort of in the step one of that. And hopefully we will come to you in the future with our plans in place and maybe ask for something when we are organized with that. Of course, would love to get the Gold Star Bridge fixed, especially knowing how horrible shape it is. And reading a recent article was a little scary. It's considered poor, as well as our Groton Long Point Bridge is also considered poor. So I know that's in the works right now, and it's going to be coming to the council for probably some decision making on Groton Long Point Bridge and the construction choices, because I think there's three, and this council is going to have to pick one. And but I believe Joe Courtney is also helping us with that, but I'm not sure exactly what the state's going to be helping. But I know we could use help with the Groton Long Point Bridge. I believe if I recall correctly, that was like a $14 million bridge. I know that there's a new tax on nip bottles, but I was still hoping that somehow, some way we can do some kind of bottle deposit, because it's not just, taxing them, but the cleanup of them. And I know the money is supposed to help go for some of the cleanup, but honestly, I think that would help, because I think people would pick them up and go and bring them back to the machine. The train station, although I don't think we're in a position at this moment to request any kind of funding, if anything comes up at the state, I really hope that the three of you would advocate for a train station in Groton, and with all the data, if it comes out and positively for Groton, would advocate for us in that manner, because I think it would be a huge game changer for our the downtown area of Groton. I also would like to at some point talk to you, and maybe this isn't the right time, but about the opportunity zones in Groton. And I know that they have to be approved by the state, and how this, I'm not exactly sure how this all works, but I would like to have a good conversation about that at some point. And this might not be the right opportunity, because I think it'd be more in depth. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, because last year I had asked all of you to expedite the retaining wall going down to downtown Mystic. And I am so happy that it was originally planned to be not completed for 5 years. And it got completed this last year. And I don't know what happened, or if the three of you pushed for something, but I am absolutely ecstatic about it. And I thank all three of you for it, because you're our representatives, and that was a huge game changer. Just looking at how it is right now is absolutely gorgeous. And the Jersey barriers just came down the other day, and I'm happy to say it looks great. And it was done in a very quick fashion, and it was shockingly fast. So I thank you. And that's all I have. And thanks for coming out.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Senator Summers and Representatives Conley and De La Cruz for coming out and spending some time tonight and listening to us. I'm just going to echo everybody else's thoughts. I don't have any one in particular that I'm rising to the top. But I just want to say I support pretty much everything that has been presented tonight, and lend my support on all those topics. And just thank you for listening and doing the best that you can to help Groton out and move us forward. So.
Thank you. Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I would like to reiterate the statement made by Councilor Jones in thanking the delegation for coming to us this evening. Obviously, don't want to repeat a lot of the points that have been made by earlier from councilors, but just wanted to take a point of personal privilege to thank the delegation for your assistance in securing funding to renovate bathrooms at some of our recreational facilities. I believe $285,000 for Shinnecock Golf Course and another $275,000 for restrooms at Sutton Park. Obviously, those funds will, go a long way in improving those sites, but also provide relief to the council and the town when we are crafting our own budgets. Those items, I recall, have been on the CIP list for some time, and so that opens up additional dollars to make critical investments in some of the areas that have been discussed this evening. So thank you on that. Certainly would like to vocalize again my support for anaerobic digesters. I know it's a passion of mine and Senator Summers. So any movement we can make to see that into reality would be absolutely outstanding, not just for the environment in the future, but certainly from, I think, an economic development standpoint as well. Those facilities are employers, and as Senator Summers mentioned, there's one up in Bristol, and they have a very robust team of individuals that work there, and also do the science behind the anaerobic digester too. So a lot of opportunity there. And also want to vocalize my support for electronic bike rebate. That would be absolutely outstanding to see. There are a lot of folks who are now utilizing bicycles to get to and from work and in their community. And I know there are a lot of people in Groton that have purchased them, but a lot of families obviously cannot access them because of the very high price point. So perhaps that is something to consider, a rebate for those purchases. And then lastly, the introduction of a child tax credit in Connecticut for this upcoming fiscal year. Right now, we will not be seeing that from the federal government, which has provided some relief to families in the last year. So hopefully the state of Connecticut will be able to step in where the feds more recently kind of fallen short. But thank you again for your work, and best of luck this legislative session.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands from councilors. Oh, Senator Summers.
Sorry, why I have you all here, I want to make sure I get you the information that I have, which is, I just wanted to respond to first Councilor Bordelon on the lead pipe issue. That is something that we are looking at in public health. It's a big issue. It's been on our radar for 2 years. One of the issues that we've had is that there is not the appropriate person within the Department of Public Health to really take it on, to look at what's the appropriate level of risk depending on the age of the child in the home. So that is on our radar, and I would be happy to talk to you offline and get you up to speed on where we are. It's a very important issue. And also the COVID testing and the school-based health clinics. I sit on an expansion of the school-based health clinics in general. And I think that they are the most efficient form of delivering healthcare, especially to those who are vulnerable. The idea would be to put this COVID testing within the school-based health clinics if a school had one, and if schools didn't have one, the school nurse would be able to, do the testing. I know my daughter does her own testing, so it's not difficult, but we need to. It would be free. They would do it every day in school if they were exposed. So there's no cost to the student or the parents as a way to keep kids in school and make sure their families are safe. As far as, I want to call you Senator Franco, Councilor Franco, the sidewalks, the state of Connecticut, for some reason, does not consider it their responsibility to put sidewalks on state roads. I can't tell you how many different roads I've had this problem with in all of the districts and towns that I represent. So what we have to do is put in special bonding requests, typically, our special money requests to put sidewalks along roads, even if they're state roads. I have had state roads where handicapped individuals have been run over. They are on little scooters, and I still had to struggle to get sidewalks for them. So if there's roads that you, as a council, feel are important to get sidewalks on, again, it would require the town to kick in some money towards the sidewalk, but then we can go and we can all advocate for money to come back to the town for those particular roads. They are trying to change their mind and their sort of their attitude on sidewalks as new roads are now being developed. So the DOT, if they create a new road, they're considering putting sidewalks in, but older roads that don't have them, they don't consider it their responsibility. I think that's the same conversation that we were having with Representative Conley and Councilor Borderlawn and the city mayor about sidewalks over in the city. Same kind of thing. It has to be a mutual ask. And opportunity zones are designed, they're designed during a certain process where they go out and they look at, the town, the makeup, the income, and the governor decides where the opportunity zones are. I think the last time we had an expansion was under Governor Malloy, but we certainly could talk about that further at another time for Councilor Franco. And I love the idea of an electric vehicle bike rebate. I think that's a great idea because they are very expensive. So I just wanted to touch base on that. That's all why we all were on the same page here.
I just wanted to quickly add one more thing onto the bonding. I know we did talk about our tight timelines and short session. While we can put in bills for bonding requests, just like what we did with the town to get the park and rec dollars, are a separate process. So you're not held by our February 10th deadline. Usually there's 2 or 3 bonding meetings where money is dispersed to municipalities in groups a year. So if you're not quite ready in the next week and a half with your plans for bonding requests, that's okay. As soon as you are ready, and I'll make sure that we'll get there's House forms and Senate forms. Joe and I will make sure that the House forms get over to the town manager. I'm sure Senator Summers will make sure that the Senate forms get over to the town manager as well. And you can submit your bonding projects. Again, you do need a plan. There's forms if it's a project that needs engineering, or if it's money to plan a future project, such as your community center that you're not quite ready with an idea, but you need some money to help you get there. Please submit your bonding, and please let all of us know what bonding you are submitting, because you never know. We all sit on different committees, but there's also times where you just happen to be coming across in the hallway and someone's bonding project falls through and there could be an extra $1 million available. And if we know what the town needs, we can try to get that money over to us before someone else gets it over to them. Sometimes it just works as simply as that. And other times it's a few meetings, multiple meetings, and making sure that folks with your bonding project, your town manager has to meet with different people and make sure everyone knows what the town needs. So please include us. We'll get those those forms out to you guys once they're ready. And again, that's not held by the February, March timeline. You have more time to get those projects ready. So, and good luck with your budget this year. But as you come up with CIPs, think of the bonding way as a way to offset your funds. Thanks.
All right. Any other councilors or representatives? Representative Dela Cruz? Oh, you're muted.
I'm showing my age. So I wanted to comment on the Gold Star Bridge and that project that's coming up. I think, I know I talked to the folks in New London. I know that they're all for it, and we're going to need it. This is a community effort. Obviously the state's and the federal government are going to take on a large part of this, but it doesn't affect any of the town as much as it does Groton and New London. I think a lot of folks are already having anxiety about how that bridge is going to look and with the amount of work that they're going to do on it. But this is a once in a generation fix. The bridge is almost 100 years old. There's trucks now that can't go up and over that bridge. We talk about environmentally sound things to do. This is one of them because, you know, if you're over 50,000 pounds heavy load, you're driving up to 395 over the Mohegan Pequot and back down, which is increasing traffic in local towns and areas. So the other thing I would just want to keep you guys in mind of when we do a project like that, I want to make sure the state understands how frustrated Groton is. I remember being on the council and actually being a District 1 taxpayer for the Quantum Bridge Fire Department and having our fire department man that highway at crashes that happen at this very same spot 3 or 4 times a year that require a lot of funding from District 1. New London does the same thing. And I know I was talking to Senator Formica in East Lyme that they basically have taken on the burden of picking up the scraps after these bad accidents in the same spot because the state hasn't done our job and getting and correcting these issues. So we're going to try to maybe package that stuff together, remind them that, yeah, the bridge is probably the highest of importance, but there's some pinch points and we all know where they are because we live here. I'm the exit where everybody gets off to go up to Allen Street to get around where the accidents are happening. And I could, if they don't fix it, I told everyone I'm just going to open up a hot dog and Coke stand right in front of my house because we have so many people stopping. So those are things that just want to keep in mind. I know we had talked about putting a bike lane even on that bridge, especially with the emergence of electric bikes. We're thinking that breakdown lane that's on the south side of the bridge would be a perfect spot if they could take part of that where, so now you're driving over in a bicycle or walking on a wider path and you could look over and look down the river down towards EB. And I think that type of connection would be a lot more used because folks would be able to feel safe. Right now we have scooters that use that area and they barely fit going by each other. And there've been a few accidents there. So just keep it in mind. It's a big project and a lot of money, but it's needed.
Thank you. All right, I'm seeing no other hands, so I just want to thank the three of you for coming out and speak with us. I want to thank you for all the work you do for Groton. And, you know, anytime you want to come out and speak with us, meet with us, you're definitely welcome on our agenda. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to 5B, State of Connecticut Office of Policy Management's Justice Assistance Grant. That can be found on page 12. I make a motion to recommend a resolution authorizing Town Manager John Burt to apply for and execute any and all documents deemed necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms for the State of Connecticut Office of Policy and Management Justice Assistance Grant and to accept the anticipated total state grant in the amount of $25,000. So moved. And do you have a second?
Second, Jones.
Thank you. And we have the Chief Fusaro here to speak with us about it.
Good evening, everyone. And it was great hearing from our legislative delegation. They had a lot of good information for us. One of the items that we're privileged to is a grant from the OPM that's known as a JAG grant, Justice Assistance Grant. It's basically money that came from the federal government through the state of Connecticut, through OPM, and to all the municipal police departments here in Connecticut. And it's there's a calculation that they do for each agency to get a certain amount of funding. So we were privileged to get $25,000. There's a finite amount of projects that we can use this money for. So it isn't a grant that you can use for just anything you want or for things that you may think you have a need for, but don't qualify under this grant. It's to reduce and prevent violent crime, gun violence. We're hoping, and we've been in contact with the folks up at OPM. We're hoping to use this and leverage this money to potentially augment our fleet with a patrol vehicle. That's our goal. I would suggest that the council strongly consider this and approve it. It will help us we've been degraded in the last couple of years for a variety of reasons, and will help us to achieve what we need to as far as adding another vehicle to the fleet.
Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for the chief. Can you just tell us a rough range of what a new patrol vehicle would cost?
It's probably going to surpass this amount. You know, we're trying to target a vehicle that we can use in patrol that's right around this number. But if it requires us to take some money out of our budget or work with Public Works, and unfortunately this year we did lose a vehicle that was totaled as a result of an accident, and we weren't able to get sufficient funding to replace that through the insurance. We were able to buy something else to put it into our detectives. We do need another patrol vehicle, and this would get us back to where we really need to be.
Does it move you 3/4 of the way or half the way?
Yeah. No, we've looked at some. There are some vehicles on state contract that we've looked at potentially could be around this money, but maybe a little bit more.
Right.
Typically, the patrol vehicles that we get when they were fully outfitted are north of $40,000, but we may look to be a little bit more innovative on this. We've got to see what's available, and we're also dealing with challenging times when it comes to purchasing vehicles, right? Because there's chip shortages. There's, prices have been kind of erratic when it comes to new vehicles. So we're going to see what we can do.
All right, great. Thank you, Chief.
Counselor Bordelon?
Thank you, Chief Fasaro, for coming out and presenting to us about this. Is this a grant that the office applied for, or is this something that all municipalities are getting?
It's a pass-through grant that every police department in the state gets. They've been held back in the last few years. Last year it was opened back up, but it's a bulk money that comes to the state of Connecticut through the federal government. And so to answer your question, yeah, every departments are eligible for it. You do have to apply for it, but there's a marker in there that says, hey, you're eligible for this amount of money. We have indicated to OPM that we're interested in it, but we require approval of the council in order to take advantage of it.
Yeah. I'm in full support of the money and the allocation into the department. I think it, there was talk tonight about the shortage of money for some of the state things coming down, but also, I guess it would be interesting to see like where our we'll start to go into that budget as we break that down, but looking at the vehicles in the police department, but things that resonated with me when I read this, that thought areas that I really could wrap my head around and support support and expand community policing strategies or improve police response to domestic violence and sexual assault crimes. Also looking, the last one was about purchasing a vehicle, but also improve police response to mentally ill persons, as it states here. That's not how I would read it, but that's what it says. I guess it's great to have another vehicle if the need is that great, but I really like when these grants come in that they go directly to impact the areas in which, a vehicle is under here as an option, but to me, I just really would support more of it actually going to impact directly the community in a different fashion. So that's just one opinion. But again, I see it increased on the budget line for vehicles. And I'm just concerned as to, do we need it this year per se? And if we do, it, definitely takes away from community support and programs that directly impact the community. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't know if you want to answer that or elaborate at all.
Yeah, sure. The council's been supportive of that. As you know, we're about to hire we've recrafted the name, the public safety community outreach specialist. So that certainly speaks to this stuff. Our fleet has degraded over the last several years. We've kind of kicked the can down as far as patrol vehicle goes. So we haven't been able to replace a lot of them. As I said, some of them become more maintenance intensive. We've had to retire some vehicles from the fleet. So this is certainly, it comes at a good time. This won't fix the problem, but will help with the problem. But I certainly understand we need to, these monies, the $25,000 will help us achieve that. It may not help us get exactly where we want to be in some of these other items that you talked about, but certainly the council has been supportive, and we appreciate the support so that we do get out there and address mental health issues where we can, and utilize the new person that's coming into the department to help with that stuff. So.
My last question is how many vehicles do we currently have in operation?
Patrol vehicles, honestly, I don't have the number off the top of my head. I think we have about, I want to say 28. I may be wrong on that. I can get you the number on that, but that's based on what we were looking at for in-car cameras. So I think we were looking at 28. Then we have unmarked vehicles as well. But, certainly that's stuff that I'll have prepared for the budget process.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you for your responses.
Councilor McBride.
Hi, thank you, Chief Fasaro. I think you answered most of my questions, but I didn't see it in the backup. But my question was really going to be, what additional costs will this vehicle bear on the general fund budget as we move forward? Maintenance, gas, so forth. But it sounds to me this isn't a new vehicle. This is a replacement of a vehicle that you have. That I guess it was destroyed of some sense. So there's no additional vehicle here.
No, we're not looking to increase the fleet. We're actually, we haven't been able to buy vehicles to the extent we'd like to over the last couple of years. In fact, last year we didn't get any patrol vehicles in the budget. But as I indicated during a storm earlier this year, we lost a vehicle and it was totaled. So this will help with our patrol fleet, but we're not looking to increase the number of rolling stock that we have.
Okay, thank you. I'm supportive of this. I think it's a great idea. Good use of the grant. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, that carries. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstaining. Borderline.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chief. On to 5C, Connecticut Deep PURA Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Grant. It can be found on page 21. I make a motion to recommend a resolution authorizing the town manager or his designee to seek, apply for, and accept grant funding in the amount of $112,879 from the Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Investment Account, which will allow Groton Municipal Television to replace and upgrade GMTV Studio Senior Center equipment used for producing Groton government access programming. So moved.
Second,
Borderline. Borderline.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Parker. We have with us Director Mealy and Sean Greeley from GMTV. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So if you want to sort of give us a little overview, that'd be great.
absolutely. We're here tonight because Groton Municipal Television has discovered yet another grant opportunity through the state PECPICHA program. I don't know if some of you who were on council last year, we came to you and applied for the PECPICHA grant last year, and we were awarded around $30,000. And that was to update the equipment at the town hall annex. Now we are focusing attention to the replacement and upgrade of video equipment at the GMTV studios in both the library and the senior center. Currently, the video equipment we have now is unsupported by the manufacturer and has come to end of life or outdated. So we are asking the council now to consider and approve the grant application before you of $112,000 and $879. So we may be considered for funding to improve GMTV productions for the benefit of the viewers of the community. And so if you have any technical questions, I have Sean here with me today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can for you.
Very good. Thank you for always, being on the lookout for more grants. Let's see if we have any counselors here who want to ask some questions. Counselor Bordelon?
I don't really have a question. Just again, just thanking you for taking the opportunity to look for these opportunities that can support and help to offset the cost of funding it under other avenues. Especially during COVID, we really need to make sure our digital and technology systems are at the highest level possible, so that we can make sure we're providing the best service. So I think this is really important, and have watched many budget sessions with Mr. Greeley over the years, trying to get things like new microphones and things like that. So I appreciate when I see grants come forward like this, and they're being applied to the areas in which are in most need. So again, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That carries unanimously 9-0-0. Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Mealy and Sean Greeley.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, we will now recess the COW meeting at 7:59. And I will call to order the Town Council special meeting.
Oh, no. Hi there.
Oh, Clerk McCusher, you called to order the meeting?
Oh, you call to order, I just take the roll.
Okay. So I'll call to order the Town Council special meeting of Tuesday, January 25th, 2022 at 7:59.
And I'll call the roll. We have Councilors Bordelon. Yes? Please say you're here.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, Baumgartner,
Here.
Jesse Airy.
Here.
I'm trying to do this in order here. McBride,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
hey, Parker,
Here.
and Councilor Melendez and Westerfeld.
Here.
Here.
And Council Franco's here.
Oh, I didn't see you. Councilor
Here.
Frank, thank you. Thank you. There you have 9 councilors present.
Thank you. All right, so we have a quorum. So the new business, Connecticut Deep Pure Public Education and Governmental Programming and Educational Technology Grant. I make a motion recommending a resolution authorizing the town manager or his designee to seek grant funding from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, and Public Utilities Regulatory Authorities, PURA, Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Investment Account, Pigtedia, to replace and upgrade GMTV Studio, Senior Center video equipment used for producing Groton government access programming. Whereas the Groton Municipal Television will replace and upgrade older video equipment at the town's GMTV Studio and the Groton Senior Center, as well as video recording equipment that is used to record a wide variety of municipal programs that air on Groton's government access channel, GMTV, whereas DEEP and PURA have funds available through the Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Investment Account, Pegtedia, to promote and improve public education and government PEG access television programming in Connecticut, whereas Groton citizens will benefit from these equipment upgrades and enhancements by viewing more creative and higher quality town events and programming on GMTV. Resolved that the Groton Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager or his designee to seek, apply for, and accept grant funding in the amount of $112,879 from the Public Education and Governmental Programming and Education Technology Investment Account, Pegtedia, which will allow Groton Municipal Television GMTV to replace and upgrade GMTV Studio Senior Center equipment used for producing Groton government access programming. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye. Oh.
Council Franco, are you in favor?
I'm in favor.
All right. Opposed? Abstentions? It carries unanimously 9-0. Seeing no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Kaveri.
Second, Baumgartner.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That carries unanimously 9-0. Okay, we will reconvene the Town Council Committee of the Whole.
Wait, you gotta announce you're adjourned at what time?
Oh, 8:03 p.m. Thank you. We adjourn at 8:03 p.m. Thank you. And we will reconvene the Town Council Committee of the Whole at 8:03.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Right. I would like to request a small recess.
Okay. Do you 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, whatever your pleasure.
All right. We'll do a 5-minute recess. Come back at 8:10.
Recording stopped.
Okay, on to item 5D, Connecticut Greenway designation Groton. That can be found on page 35. Make a motion to recommend a resolution. The council approves the nomination of the Groton Crosstown Greenway and the Tri-Town Trails Greenway for Greenway designation. So moved.
Second, Baumgartner.
Okay, and we have the Director of Parks and Rec here with us to speak to us about this.
Good evening. Yes, Mark Berry, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm here this evening to propose to the council supporting the nomination of two corridors for state greenway designation. The nomination does require endorsement by the town council. The state of Connecticut is currently accepting open space corridors for greenway designation, and the state provides a rather broad definition of corridors, which was included in the referral. In addition to council resolution, municipal nominated greenways must also be included in the plan of conservation and development. And in the 2016 plan of conservation development, greenways were identified in that plan. One of the reasons that we're doing this is greenway designation can add significant points to grant applications for trail improvements. And I can attest to the fact that over the years, the funding hasn't always been there. So anytime there are trail grants available, it's highly competitive, and having a greenway designation would go a long way towards getting us the necessary funding to make those improvements that the connectivity is something that the residents have valued highly over the years, and it would help us move closer towards meeting our ability to make those community connections. The Conservation Commission, and I do want to give them a shout out. They put a considerable amount of work into coming up with these plans, and Tom Olson is with us from the Conservation Committee, is here just to answer any questions that folks may have. But we are, again, proposing to nominate two designated greenways. And one of the benefits is that the greenways designation by a greenway would not impact any future development along the designated greenway. It does not turn over any type of planning and development away from the town, so the town still has full control, and there is no cost or annual fee to be recognized as part of the Connecticut Greenway.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. No, I just had more of a clarifying. Is there any way that we can, just to make it open for discussion for folks that are watching at home, maybe put up on our share screen exactly the two areas that we're talking about so folks at home can see. I think that's just really important as we move towards digital stuff. We need to just assume that folks may not have been able to see what's being discussed and use this share screen option that is available. I think it's great that it's in the packet, but it would be nice to share some of the stuff that's in here, like the maps and things, so people can see it in the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to pull that up. I don't have that file on my computer. I don't know if Sean can pull that up. Oh, perfect. There we go.
Great. So I guess then my question, can you explain where these two areas of designation that you speak of?
Yeah, Tom, would you like to jump in at this point? I think right now
Sure.
we're looking, these are actually not the two greenways that.
Yeah, if you could go forward 2 more pages.
Okay.
Or a couple pages in the selection there. There's actually a map. go forward another page or so here. Keep going. Yeah, this is probably the best one for the crosstown, Groton Crosstown Greenway. It would basically start up looking at point 0 up here at the subbase. We've put in a brand new bike path in there. We'd be utilizing that brand new bike path all the way to the Gold Star Bridge at point number 1. And then we'd be looking around onto a Bridge Street coming away from the Gold Star Bridge. Now, I should point out that the reason we're hooking up to the Gold Star Bridge is that this connects over to the Greenway over in New London. And that's always an extra, one of the things they're trying to get interconnectivity between these various greenways that have been designated. Over New London's was done a number of years ago, and we're trying to get that connection using the current pedestrian walkway that already exists on the southbound lanes of I-95 bridge at the Gold Star Bridge there. But then continuing along past the Summary Memorial, and then down in to the landing where the Thames River water taxi is. At that point, you'd be separating. There'd be a combination. Because above this, to the north, everything would be a combination, both biking and hiking. Then we'd be splitting where the hiking would take off and go up the hill towards the memorial up there. And then the biking would continue down along past Electric Boat and down towards Pfizer. And then cross over, and then there's already an established bikeway that goes back behind the Pfizer parking lots and then connects down to Thomas Road. Whereas then going back up to point 4, you go past the monument there at the Bill Library and everything, go across to Washington Park area, and then utilizing paths that the town of the city of Groton is proposing right now to hook up using their open space areas to over to the Kalinowski School, to the existing new pathway that they put on the Sassacus Nature Preserve, going from 5 to 6 there. And then we'd be continuing to develop additional pathways by the Thames River Magnet School area, and then connect down to the city parks, and then onto Thomas Road. And then they would combine back up around past the airport, and then back up to Route 1 at point number 8 there. Then we get onto the boardwalk, the Quantic River boardwalk there jointly, and then separate again where the bike path would take. It's going up the established trolley path there, and then the hiking path would take you over to Bluff Point, and then which is part of the established crosstown trail that we already have for hiking. And then they would link back up at point number 10 with the overpass over the Amtrak, and to be jointly again going through Haley Farm, and then again split again at Haley Farm on the far side of Haley Farm, where the established crosstown track would continue through up to points 11 and to 12 and 13. Meanwhile, we use the established bikeway that's already takes you down towards Groton Long Point, round through Noank, link back up, and then we would head up on a newly established bike and combined path up through downtown Mystic to get linkages through downtown, and then up all the way up to Stonington on the bridge that you guys talked about earlier to link over to get over to Stonington also. But all along the multiple open space paths that we have alongside the Mystic River, and utilizing the hiking and biking paths that are fairly well established there also. So this kind of gives you an idea of the crosstown one. The other application we're putting in is for the Tri-Town Trail path. That one's a little bit harder to see on the path here, but if you want to go almost to the last page here, that has the Tri-Town. We can blow up the Groton portion of that. It'd be on page 51 here. Yeah. And in this one, the Groton portion is the lower half. There's already established some of the pathway. The first 2 miles up at the northern end of the Tri-Town Trail is already completed. Then it's all still to be worked principally working with Groton Utilities. The Tri-Town Trail Association has been having ongoing discussions with them. I was just meeting with them this past week. And so the Groton Utilities, they've just hired a support contractor to utilize how to best integrate the Tri-Town Trail into their reservoir system. But then when we get down to the southern end here, if you could slide down on the map just a little bit so we can see where we are in Groton here. Thanks, good. We've got at the very bottom, we have the established trails in Bluff Point, again on the boardwalk going in. And then we have multiple paths here that are being utilized to get up along the side of 117 past the new submarine memorial, under I-95, and then up by the stone house that people see along 117, just north of I-95 there, cut in there and go over to the Kopp Family Park. That's really what the primary area that we're trying to establish right now. And then we'll be utilizing the right-of-ways with the Groton Utilities in the future. That's to be determined. I should point out that the town of Ledger is also looking at this exact same application, and that they are already in the same motions that you guys are here as far as for the approval process on this. So those are the two areas that are being discussed, and I appreciate the opportunity to kind of walk you through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations on putting this application together. You kind of answered one of my questions, Mr. Berry, which was what does a Greenway designation do? And you said it adds points to grant funding for trail improvement. I wondered if that funding that comes through at some point in the future, is it only applicable to this particular trail, or does it work with any of your Greenway, any of the Greenway trails that we have in the town?
Yeah, I don't think the funding wouldn't have to be specific to this Greenway. And if you read the definition of the Greenway, and I think Tom would agree with me that, because we're not locked into a specific place, if a development should take place that happens to be within a designated Greenway, we would have to make adjustments to that. So there's the flexibility to, okay, this was the original plan. We're not able to go exactly that way. We're going to have to go around now. But the concept is we're still trying to make connections so that people can get from one part of town to another part of town. So it wouldn't necessarily be locked in. And we've got a whole schedule of proposed improvements, community connectivity in the CIP, and a lot of those projects fall within these two designated or areas that we're looking to designate as greenways.
So things will continue to be improved over a period of time.
Yes, as things change, as developments take place or whatever, there is some flexibility in exactly how we make that connection.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm very supportive of this, and I walk on most of the trails in the town of Groton. We have such a great system of trails. I'm out on them all the time, and I'm kind of excited to do this crosstown trail, which seems to be a sort of a combination of urban and paths and trails type thing. So I think once the weather gets a little bit better, I'll just start at the sub base and walk all the way to the other end. So I think it's good. Congratulations and great job. So.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the slides. And this is definitely something that I support. I mean, I definitely support any form of recreation and definitely open space. And I really enjoyed being at the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Ledger section that opened up, and have been on that trail several times since then. And it's amazing. So I'm really excited to see the different expansions. My question is, designating these areas, will this help with any possibility of any funding to help with any brownfields that may fall in that area, with more designation and, highlighting the area as this green belt? Would that help with state recognition and funding from to combat brownfields or things that could be in that area.
I have not seen any language that would support that, but it's something that I could certainly look into and get back to the council with a more definitive answer.
Yeah, because the way this connects, looking at the property close to the city side of the Kanalski School, there's a lot of contamination back there. And so I think as we highlight this and move it forward, I think we also, it's one thing to call it something, but it's also to start to seek the funds to make sure we're going to remediate those areas. And that one is leaching into the water over there. And there, some of it has been cleaned up, but not fully, to the point where they decided to push the school further back on the property because of the contamination to work around it. So I was hoping that this would maybe also kind of, sometimes when you put a label on it, it kind of makes it a higher priority to clean it up. So, but I'd be interested in that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That carries unanimously 9-0. On to 5E, Mystic Construction LLC escrow agreement, Gravel Street Pump Station. That could be found on page 52. I'll make a motion to recommend a resolution to authorize Town Manager John Burt to sign an escrow agreement between the Town of Groton and Mystic Construction LLC in order for Mystic Construction LLC to provide funds for ventilation and odor control equipment replacement on the roof of the Gravel Street Pump Station. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon. Okay. So we have Greg Hanover here to speak with us on this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everybody. The town owns and operates the Gravel Street Sanitary Sewer Pump Station, which is directly behind the new 4-story Central Hall building in downtown Mystic. On the roof of this building, although you can't see it from the street, is some ventilation and odor control equipment. It ventilates the wet well of the pump station. But because the 4-story building, when you get up to the second, third floor, it overlooks this and also is directly impacted because the equipment is a little bit noisy. The odor control equipment is a little bit antiquated technology, so you do get some odors, especially in the summertime. The owner of Central Hall, obviously it's in his best interest to have these two issues resolved so that he can sell his residential units or whatever, or rent them out, whatever he's doing. So he asked the town if we were going to be replacing this equipment, and we said no, it's working. It wasn't due for replacement. So he has offered to fund the replacement of this equipment. It's estimated to be about $85,000. We've already completed the design of it. It'll have sound attenuation. It'll be newer odor control equipment that'll have newer technology. So basically, we've agreed that he would put the $85,000 in escrow, and the town would bid this out and construct it as if it were a normal CIP project. So this is just an agreement that the town manager would sign. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
First off, I think that's great. I mean, it's great to see, people in the community that, are stepping up and willing to support something that maybe doesn't need to be replaced, but is more of a nuisance to what they're trying to achieve. So I think that's a great initiative and good collaboration to reach out and say, here, I'll just take this. My question is, if the bid comes out more than that, is there some type of plan in place, or what is this contract going to look like as far as the agreement? Just to make sure that we don't get down any loopholes where I guess that's my first question is if it bids over, then what do we do?
If the bid, the agreement's for $85,000. If it comes in over that, we'd have to, go back to the owner and say, hey, this is where the bids came in at. Do you want to revise the agreement? if the bids come in less than 85,000 and we finish the project and it comes in when it's all said and done 70,000, and we give him back, the 15,000, whatever the difference is.
Okay. And that language obviously will be in there that if it's bidded over, then we come back to this.
Yes. Yeah.
So that,
Yeah. The agreements have all been written, and the attorneys for both the town and the owner for Central have reviewed it.
Mhm. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilor Kassiran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hanover, for being here. My question is just, do you have any idea of what the longevity of this new equipment is, or the timeline of how long it should be good for, how long it will last?
Typically, this type of equipment will last usually about 20 to 30 years.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
See no other discussion. Oh, Councilor Franco.
Sorry, I put up last minute. So it looks as though we're going to be going into a contract with somebody, and have we done our due diligence to make sure that they can take care of the financing and the background check and everything else that has come out recently, that when we go into any kind of contract with somebody?
Well, we'll be contracting. The town will be contracting with, whoever the low bidder is. As far as the owner of Central Hall, they're just providing the funding. That's why we wanted to do this escrow agreement, to make sure we had the funding in place before we actually hired a contractor to do the work.
Mr. Burt?
Yes. Of course, this is a known quantity. We've worked with the Central Hall owners before. Our planning department did, towards building this place and helping that out. This is not something I see needing a background check. We've worked with them before. We're getting the money up front. This is not the same as selling a building, or really developing anything. This is like, more in line with doing a regular contract. So.
All right, I'm just not sure how far reach that our community wants us to go when it comes to background checks on people that we do any type of business with. And if this is some kind of contract that we would be going into, I don't know.
One thought I have is we're going to get to that point. We should also do it for volunteers, for commissions and things, have background checks, because they can do a lot more damage than this. So, if we're going to do it, we'd have to do it all across the board. We're going to need to add some more staff. So.
Right. It's just our community has, really spoken out on wanting background checks on things. So I think there's a possibility that this may, at the council's discretion, might qualify. I'm not exactly sure where the rest of councilors stand, but I just wanted to bring the topic up. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. So basically, it's not like we're going to rip this all out and then wait for the money to be funded to us. We're not going to do anything to our existing system that's currently working, even though it's not to the highest level and meets the standards of what one would want it to be. We're not touching it until money's in hand and we agree upon a contract where it's going to be funded as such. So it's not like it's an ongoing contract where you're renting or leasing space from this developer over time and needing to keep an open-ended contract. Is that correct, John? This would just be a one-shot kind of thing.
Correct. There's no risk. We get the money up front.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to, make sure the language just is supportive of, making sure that all the protections are there and the system is we would get some type of warranty on this system as well. I'm assuming once it goes out to bid, would that be correct, Greg? Mr. Hanover?
It's like I said, we've designed and specified this to be, for our needs, and we're going to be owning and maintaining this. So we would get our standard warranties. It's just as if we were building it, it's just the funding source instead of town dollars. It's private financing. If you want to look at it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That carries unanimously 9-0. All right, on to, thank you, Director Hanover, for.
All right, thank you.
Okay, on to agenda item 5F, Groton Ambulance update. Here we have Mr. Koniecki to speak with us for an update. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to let me update you guys a little bit history of Groton Ambulance. My name is Chet Koniecki. I am the president and the chief of Groton Ambulance, resident of Groton. I live on Blueberry Hill Road. My full-time job is a captain in the City of Groton Fire Department. I'm a volunteer at Groton Ambulance. I wanted to take this opportunity just to thank you for serving. I know myself as a resident appreciate all the time and everything that you guys have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I wanted to just give you a little background for Groton Ambulance and how we operate and what we provide, and show you or tell you a little bit about our organization. Contrary to popular belief, Groton Ambulance is not a business in the traditional sense. We don't get to set whatever we charge for our transports. The state sets our rates. Our pay is through 30% private insurance, 30% Medicare, Medicaid, and then about 30 to 35% self-pay. Right now, the rate schedule for a transport is $813. Of that $813, only a third of our calls are actually getting paid at that rate. So Medicare, Medicaid rate is about $250. And for self-pays, we very rarely ever see any of that money. So it's not really a successful business model per se. I am not an accountant. I don't claim to be one. I'm here to provide an emergency service, and we're run by a volunteer executive board, and we try to run it like a business, but our business model would not be something that anybody with a business background would approve of, because we have constraints on us that we can't operate like a normal business. We're, in a sense, charging $5 for a $7 product. So we're already behind the 8 ball. That being said, we have provided service to the community since 1954. A lot's changed in the last 70 years. We've adapted and provided exceptional, compassionate care throughout the decades. Like others, our latest challenge has been COVID, but we've been cutting our costs as an organization. Well, I've been involved with the organization since before 2000. I started out as a volunteer. I went to a per diem position, and then I gave up my per diem position to be a volunteer and an officer in the company. So in 2010, just to give you an idea of the need and the intensity of ambulance calls in Groton alone, in 2010, we had 2,900 102 billable calls. Now, every 911 call we are dispatched is not a billable call. In 2021, we were dispatched to 4,899 billable calls. Total dispatches were 6,115 calls for service that we are required to respond to. That being said, we are one of the busiest ambulance services on this side of the state. So my people, the way they, step up, and I can't be more proud of them. The difference between a billable call and a non-billable call is 3 a.m. somebody falls off the toilet or falls out of bed. My ambulance service is the one that responds and picks that person up and treats them, make sure they don't have any injuries. And a lot of times they don't have to go to the hospital. We did not cut back our response whatsoever during COVID. The fire departments and the police departments, by direction of our medical control, they modified their response procedures simply to protect the workers, which meant my ambulances were going to calls with the different amount of manpower than we were pre-COVID. During the entire COVID, we staffed 2 ambulances 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. During the peak times, we increased it to 3 ambulances during the day. And a lot of the COVID took its toll on our equipment, on our people. In the last decade, Groton Ambulance has doubled the call volume. And just for reference, we had an agreement with the town in 2002-2003 budget year. The town compensated Groton Ambulance $146,000 for the year. It was scheduled with a 3.5% to 5% annual increase during that agreement. If this agreement had been maintained at just the low end, which is 3.5%, Groton Ambulance would have been compensated nearly $300,000 last year. As some of you know, our funding doubled because for many years we were at 53,000 or just shy of 53,000. The budget year we're in now, we are $105,000 compensated from the town, which is less than 5% of our overall operating budget. Some of the things that I'd like to let you know that we provide to the town, to the residents and visitors of Groton. One of our big programs we do now is child safety seat checks. So we found that there was a great need for this throughout our community. We've done car seat checks in coordination with the library, with the local police departments. We get calls just about every day for that program, and we provide that for no charge to the public, whether they're Groton residents or not, just because there is that much of a need for it. We provide standbys for the Board of Ed, for the football games, band competitions, Grasso football, we've provided standbys for. Just last night alone, we provided training to all the fire departments in Groton and Mystic. There was over 50 people there to educate people and bring them up to human trafficking awareness. We try to encompass things that we see on a day-to-day basis and a lot of the things that people don't realize that we deal with as an ambulance service. Anytime there's a fire, we provide an ambulance for the firefighters, number one, and we also provide a second ambulance for rehab. So the firefighters that go into a scene, into a fire, we want to make sure that they're okay. They come out after this exhausting evolution. We monitor them, their blood pressure and everything. We make sure that they're safe to go back in, or they have to go to the hospital. But that safety net is built into the fire department's operating policies. So we provide that. We provide training, CPR and first aid for Groton Town Little League. Ledyard Little League contacted us this year to do it. We've done CPR classes and first aid classes for neighborhoods. The latest one we did was the Fairview and Oddfellows neighborhood. They had asked us to do a training, so we made sure that everybody there was CPR trained. So all of that stuff is expenses we have, but it helps us and it helps the community. So that's one of the things that we do, or many of the things we do, besides just responding to 911 calls. Discussing 911 calls. So as I said before, we provide 2 staffed ambulances 24/7. A lot of businesses are struggling with manpower and staffing. We are not unlike them. We have our staffing issues. So we have had to compensate that by paying people overtime. It's the middle of a pandemic. It's been a pandemic for 2 years. A lot of people don't want to even put themselves out there to be exposed, to go into people's houses that have been sick, that have people infected, positive tests. We are the ones that go into their houses. We provide them reassurance. We will check their vital signs and we will transport them to the hospital. And we only receive money generally on a third of those calls. So we are more than just an ambulance that goes and picks up and gives a ride to the hospital. One of the major problems we're having now with staffing is the commercial ambulance services throughout the state. They are experiencing the same problem we are. They're a commercial business. They've incentivized people by offering them $10 more an hour to their base salary than we do. We can't compete with that. They are a for-profit organization. They can have contracts and cut down on things, whereas we don't have that luxury. Costs associated with running an ambulance. We have not gotten a new ambulance since 2012. So it's a decade since we've purchased a brand new ambulance. Our entire fleet has been remounts. And what that means is the ambulance box is lifted off the chassis. We put a new chassis underneath it and we put the box back on it and we repurpose it. It cuts us maybe 50% of the cost. We can only do that so many times. With 6,000 calls for service, our ambulances take a beating. We currently run 5 ambulances. We have licensing for 5. We would love to get licensing for a 6th, but we don't have any storage space for that. So logistically, it doesn't work for us. A lot of things that we didn't take into account for COVID was the immense disinfection that's required of an ambulance after a call. When COVID first started, we were able to get some chemicals that were ammonia based, and a lot of that caused our equipment to deteriorate a lot more rapidly than we had expected, a lot more rapidly than the manufacturers expected. A new ambulance, just for reference, costs over $300,000. For us to outfit that ambulance to get in service per the state regulations with all the equipment and everything is about $85,000 worth of equipment. If I get an ambulance that's in a minor fender bender, which we would consider maybe $1,500 worth of damage, the stretcher and the mount that's in the ambulance is automatically not certified for use because it was in an accident. So the company will not come out and recertify that, even though there was no damage to the stretcher or the load. So that $1,500 fender bender, I have to pay another $40,000 for the stretcher and the load that mounts it into the ambulance. So right there, it costs us $41,500 for a little minor fender bender. So as you can imagine, our insurance company, the rates are horrendous because of the nature of the business. I have bullet points that I'm reading from, so I apologize if I jump around. But I do have this where if you have more time, I can email it to you and you can look at it at your leisure in the interest of saving time. So our organization, we have a very large budget, which is, it saves a lot of money because of the way we're run by volunteers. Myself and the deputy chief do get a stipends, but it is mere pennies as to what it would cost to have a full-time chief and a full-time deputy to run this multi-million-dollar organization, not to mention the other support staff that we do without because of, you know, the way we operate here. We love providing service to Groton. We get to come in contact with so many different types of people, and we provide the same level of care regardless of what your address is, regardless of what your insurance status is. None of that matters to us. When everybody else says, we can't help you, we can't help you, everybody comes to the ambulance and we help them. We try to make awareness for, we have special programs that we did training on for autism awareness. So we try to train everybody in to try to de-escalate as many situations as possible, excuse me. So in a nutshell, for the amount of money that we ask for from the town, you're getting a tremendous service, and I am very proud to be the chief of that service. That being said, you know, we do have issues, but we do the best we can. And I wanted to take this opportunity and give you a little background on us and let you know that we are not like a regular business in the traditional sense. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And even more importantly, if anybody would like to do a ride along with us in our ambulance and actually get out and see some of the things that we come in contact with from, you know, a variety of calls, we would love to have you. And I think that's everything pretty much in a nutshell.
Thank you for that update. Councilor Jones, you have the floor.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Could you just talk a little bit about the difference of how you get paid as opposed to a commercial business that's getting paid? Is all of your money coming from Medicare? And
so we are about 30% private insurance, 30% Medicare, Medicaid, and about 30 to 35% self-pay or no pay. We have a billing company that handles all of our billing. Out of the 30% that is fully funded through insurance, which sets the rates, which we don't, we have probably a 50 to 60% return rate, and the rest goes to collections. And a lot of times we deal with some calls where there is just such hardship that we can send them to collections, but in reality, we're never going to see that money. We deal with people that, you know, unfortunately they pass away. What are we going to do? We're going to bill the family for it, I mean, it comes down to a point where some of it is just not recoverable.
So what do private companies do?
Private ambulance companies will handle pickups from a nursing home and take them to the hospital, or pick them up from a nursing home and take them to a doctor's appointment. They won't even send an ambulance without prior authorization from the insurance company. So they know before they even tell their crews that they are getting paid for it. Whereas
your mission is responding to emergencies as they come in, where a private company is basically making relationships with businesses that they know they can get paid. That's sort of
yes. There are
between you two. Okay.
There are private ambulance companies that do 911 calls. They are contracted by the town or the municipality, and those contracts can be anywhere. I don't even know. I would purely be speculating as to how much a service like ours would cost the town of Groton if they were to go to a private ambulance service.
Cool. All right, great. Thank you. And thank you for your service and all that you do for the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. So the service that you provide the town is actually contractual. This is something that the town actually has to provide our community. This isn't an option. Is that correct?
That is correct. The town is responsible for it. We do have an EMS agreement with the town of Groton. Our funding before 2002 was tied into that contract. It was not like right now the budget would be, we'll come to you with an outside agency request. Before 2002, the funding was worked out in the contract. So it was all one part. Now it's been separated. I don't know why, I don't know when, but we do have a contract with the town of Groton, which covers the city of Groton as well. And we have held up our end of the contract. I think we are in year 2 of it. Maybe town manager would be a little bit more knowledgeable on that. It seems like all my days run together, and something I did last week was actually a year ago. So
I know the feeling.
Same with me. I think it's maybe 3 years ago. Yeah.
It might be 3 years. Like I said, COVID.
Correct me if I'm wrong. If we weren't contracting this out to you, we as a community would have to provide this service to our community.
Yes.
This is by state statute that we have to provide this service to our community.
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council Bordelon.
Thank you. Thank you for your update. I know you stated that you also provide service to the city. Do they kick in any financial support for that service?
They do not. The only funding we get from a municipality is the town of Groton.
Right. Is there any way that they would be contributing for that time? I mean, I think it is important that the funds or reflect the percent that they're covering in the city, since they identify as a separate municipality under the town of Groton. But so my question is, I guess, how come it's set up that they do not fund?
This was set up way before I became in power. The way the setting was, I want to say probably in the 70s or 80s is when it was set up this way. Mystic River Ambulance is the other agency that responds into the town. We have our portion, they have their portion. Mystic River gets funding from the town. They get funding from Stonington. They get funding from Nillang. They get funding from Groton Long Point. We only get funding from the town. I can't answer why. That's just the way it is. I don't know the history of that.
John, do you happen to know why there's no funding coming from the city?
No, I don't. Like you said, it was set up back in the 70s or 80s.
Mm-hmm. And where's that information? Because I don't see that in the packet. Is there another contract that depicts that we should be reading as well?
With the city? Or what?
It explains the structure of the funding and how it was set up, as you guys state, from the 70s.
Yeah, no, I can't, guess every question asked. It's something that once asked, we can get it. Be happy to.
Oh, so there is a document that we could see.
No idea. I mean, I would rely really on Mr. Kadicki to look for it, and we'd look, but it's probably gonna be more between the ambulance service and the city. Now, what I don't know, does the I don't know how the legislation works. I mean, we'd have to do some research.
Yeah, it would be great to just know that. I mean, I think it's one thing to say that it came from a certain time frame, but it's another to. I think it's an important service. We all need it. That's a fact. But I think our structure here, we should look at how it's funded, and maybe there's some relief that the city could kick in, possibly based on the way this is written, that we just haven't tapped in because no one seems to know where it is or how it reads, or and I think that's something we should always revisit. So I'm all in supporting it, but I want to look at the whole avenue. I am a city resident, and I think I pay double taxes in the city side as a homeowner. And I think that if the city side should be kicking in to support that, they should be doing such. And it might not be the same percent as the town side, but it might be something. And I would just like to relook at that. For all we know, that agreement may be expired, and it might be something that we can reinstate and see, especially with the height of COVID and the amount that you are supporting to the city side. And if there is no kickback from there, I'm just only advocating just to see what that would look like. John, are you coming back on to say something?
I'd just say that really would be between the city, though, and the ambulance service. And so if he can look through his records to see if that was ever discussed with the city, it probably is not in our paperwork, but we'll have to do some research.
I think it would be important that if we're going to come to this municipality or this side, the town side, and you're saying you support the city side, but they're not paying anything, there are a high number of calls there. It'd be important to look at the breakout of there and request some funding from that side. And I think that would benefit the agency as well. I mean, we're providing the building, the lease, and I think it's important that the city has some ownership to those services. So I'd love for you to come back and report on that, or send us an email with what that looks like, and maybe it'll be a positive revenue for you guys. I mean, something to sit back around the table and discuss with the COVID spike. I just don't want it to be that the town side is always putting out more and more, and there's a possibility that it could come from somewhere else is all. And that's just kind of making it all linked together. So thank you.
So I think the issue is ambulance response districts are broken up differently than fire districts. So the ambulance districts were set up a long time ago by individuals that I have no idea of their what they were thinking, but we service most of the town, West Pleasant Valley Fire District, Navy Housing, and the city of Groton. I am also a double taxpayer because I pay city taxes and I pay town taxes, but the fire districts are totally different than the ambulance response areas. So
yeah,
how each department, the funding came from originally, I doubt I will have any copy of any agreement that says that, because we have always negotiated with the town of Groton, and the town of Groton is the one that is responsible for all of the districts for medical coverage. But again, I would definitely I will look into that. I don't have a concrete answer for you right now.
Right. I mean, it might be the responsibility, but it doesn't disapprove the ask to the city to maybe kick in. And if they don't, but it would be interesting to see what can be negotiated and speak about what you spoke about tonight on the COVID and all of that. I mean, there are a lot of calls on this side of town, and I think there could be some funding revenues there that could help support the entire ambulance, from different subsections. And anyway, just a thought.
I think one of the problems is when a new building or a new developer or a hotel or a business comes into an area, those increased taxes go to the fire departments for protection for those areas. The ambulance is not tied into those, so we don't get any increase, even though our potential call volume is going to go up. If you put a housing district that houses 1,000 people, that's 1,000 more chances for us to have to respond to that. And we don't see any increase of the development and growth of the area. We just have to respond.
Thank you. Councilor Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Captain Kanicki, for joining us this evening and for your service to the city and town of Groton. Just, I guess, in a similar vein, to clarify kind of those boundaries, I know, especially with the fire service, in some cases where you have 7 different fire districts, when there's fire, it doesn't really matter because you're, responding because of mutual aid. And so is there something similar with that? I mean, say if there's an emergency in the Mystic River ambulance territory there's 2 emergencies and obviously you need to have 2 trucks responding to one site. Is that an instance where you would, go into their kind of service area as well and provide assistance, or vice versa, say if that a similar situation is in your territory?
We have mutual aid agreements with all of our neighboring departments. Of those 6,100 calls that we were dispatched to last year, a lot of them, well, not a lot of them, but most of them were in our response area. We do provide mutual aid to Mystic River Ambulance District. We respond to New London for mutual aid, but we also count on Mystic River to come into the town. We utilize electric boat ambulance to come into the city or the town. Sub-base ambulance covers us for Navy housing. We, as a Groton ambulance, cannot provide 100% coverage to our primary response area, especially when you break it down. 6,100 calls is, I think, average like 16 a day. There's just not enough staffing available. So we count on mutual aid and we receive mutual aid and provide mutual aid. All the ambulance services work together. Our goal is not to run to the scene and try to get the transport to get the money. I mean, there was an old movie, I think it was called Mother Jugs and Speed or something. We don't do that. Our goal is patient care, getting these people the help they need as soon as they need and get them to the hospital and be treated and, get ready for the next call.
Now, obviously, you bring up a very important point. What role do you think the town of Groton can play in kind of rectifying that? Obviously, that is a concern if, you feel that you cannot, properly even manage the territory that you have and could be relying too heavily on mutual aid assistance. And so, is there anything we can do to step up so that down, in future years, we don't experience some of those concerns?
Well, I think there's a misconception. There's not an ambulance service in the state that can operate without the use of mutual aid. I don't care if it's public, private, whatever it is, there is no way that you can plan on responding to every single emergency. It's just not feasible because calls come in sometimes 3 and 4 at a time. Sometimes you can go, an hour without a call. So for a while, we were relying on mutual aid. Now with our staffing, we are providing more mutual aid. So it is a system that works. So we do respond to the majority of our calls in our PSA. But like I said, if I have one COVID call, that ambulance is out of service because it takes an hour to disinfect it. So while that ambulance is being disinfected, another ambulance call can come in, and we can only account for so many. We have 5 licenses to operate 5 ambulances. A service like ours, probably with maintenance and downtime, could use 6, 7, probably 8 ambulances. But physically, it's just not possible to man that many ambulances. We just don't have the room for it here. We would love to have a 6th license, but we don't have another bay to park it in. We were, for the longest time, we had 4. We increased it to 5, and we put a garage on the property to house that 5th ambulance. It's really a balancing act, but you have to rely on the mutual aid, because you could have a car accident that has 4 patients. We only have 2 ambulances staffed. You can't do that all by yourself. So it's a give and take. We help out them, they help out us. There's many times, if you listen to a scanner or you listen to the dispatchers, we provide mutual aid and we receive mutual aid. But I don't want you to think that we don't provide service to our response area. That is our primary goal, and we do it quite well, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Franco?
Mr. Burt, the ambulance doesn't get paid from the district taxes, do they?
No.
So they're paid by town taxes, which are paid by every resident that pays, property taxes and all that throughout the whole community. Is that correct?
Well, town taxes, that for any money we donate to them. All right. Otherwise, they're just leasing property from us.
No, what I mean, like when people pay their taxes in our community, like city residents, everybody pays town taxes.
Right. Yeah.
And then they pay their district tax.
Right.
So everybody has like town taxes plus their district taxes.
Right.
So if we're collecting town taxes from everywhere and we're not paying through our fire district tax for the ambulance, I don't see why they would probably separate it between city and town, because it's coming from the bulk of the town taxes is where all the money is being paid to the fire district. I mean, the ambulance. So that's the only thing that can make sense to me. And we're housing them here. So, and we're using town taxes. So I don't see what that's an issue really. I think the big issue is that they could provide this service to our community. And I will be the first one to say that I originally had thought of them as a business. And I didn't think of them as a service to our community, an actual service that was required by the state statutes. And I have a different mindset now on how I look at this. I also would actually appreciate it if you would send the presentation that you did today out to all the council members and have them read up on all the services that you do provide. I think that would be a great asset, and I encourage all the councilors to read up on that. And I thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon?
Question. You talk about the bays. Do you think you probably outgrown the building, and is there any move to purchase one of your own buildings? I know it's all different, right? Like Mystic owns their building, other towns, they own their own building. Is there any thought of that or direction to move towards that?
So yes, Mystic River does own their own building. We have outgrown our building substantially. We tried to buy the building from the town, but because of the deed, the way it was left to the town for the property, we were unable to purchase it from the town. I think the town manager might be able to speak a little bit more about that, but we never had to look at owning our own building because the town council saw the need for it and built the building specifically for us for this reason, because it was a necessity for the residents. So we never had a reason to look to buy our own building, because the agreement that we had when this building was built for us was to house the ambulance service. It was specific for the ambulance service. And we had a lease, which was supposed to be $1 a year in perpetuity, and that changed, and that would bring us to our next line item in the budget, or in the meeting agenda, I should say.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to like I said, I was doing some research, like, why is it that some, I mean, you're still a private agency, right? Like we don't do any of the hiring and the firing, or the, you do run your own, just like the other ambulance. We have to provide a service, but at the end, how you choose to run your service building and all that is depending upon the individual company. Is that correct?
That is correct. We didn't have to look into buying a building because the town saw the need for it, and I think that it was specified in the donation of the land that it was for an ambulance building. But again, I don't have the specifics of the deed transfer, so maybe
it was not dedicated to ambulance service, but there were some other governmental services listed as part of a larger property, including like the job as Smith House. Some of that, there's a reverter clause in all these on all the property out there that you can't sell it, so that's why they're not able to purchase property from us. One thing that they have thought about is a long-term lease where they would fund expansion or renovation of the building.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, at any point, you guys are able to resurrect your own building somewhere else in the town of Groton if you chose, and turn the property back over if you wanted to, I don't know, apply for grants and funding through your own company and resurrect something that fits your needs.
We could do that. Okay. However, with the funding, like I described, of us not being able to collect a lot of our calls, I don't foresee us ever being able to purchase land and put a new building up. And I mean, we're talking a lot of money, and what we have that we get in goes right back out. We're a nonprofit, and I don't foresee it with our current business model being able to do that. And to be honest, it wasn't a necessity because the town did provide us this building. We put a lot of money into this building. We do a lot of the maintenance on the building. We work very well with the town manager staff and the building maintenance staff, but I don't foresee us ever abandoning this building. I mean, it's in a good location for our responses. It's close to the highway. It's, from a logistical and a tactical standpoint, it suits our needs very well from a location aspect.
Well, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other hands, we'll move on to agenda item 5G, Groton Ambulance Lease Extension, which will be found on page 58. I'll make a motion to recommend a resolution to approve the Groton Ambulance Lease Agreement Extension and giving Town Manager John Burt approval to execute any necessary documents. So moved.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bordelon.
Oh, well, that was great information. So it plays a lot into the lease agreement. Returning council members probably remember I gave regular updates on the ambulance lease. The existing lease had ended September 29th of 21, I think. Of 21. Where the ambulance service and I had a lot of talks about their space needs. That took a while. And then Mr. Kanicki working with his board on what they need to do. So what we've kind of decided is a short-term lease through this fall, just to give them a little more time to think about their options for what they can do for their space needs. So we're just looking to keep the lease payment the same and extend it through this fall. And we'll be working on it through the summer, and he and his board will be working on things.
Councilor Franco?
Can you tell me what the payment is?
$2,000 a year.
2,000?
Yep.
And the original agreement was $1 in perpetuity?
It wasn't that one ended eventually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. But it was $1 originally.
Originally, it was written into the EMS agreement contract that we have with the town to provide service, and it was $1 a year, and it was all tied together. Since I don't know when, but it was taken out of that agreement, and this current lease was negotiated, like you said, I think 3 years ago.
So you're asking for this as a temporary fix until you come up with a permanent lease? Is that what you're saying?
Long-term lease. I wouldn't say permanent. I'd say long-term.
I'm sorry, long-term.
Yeah, right. Because one of the things they asked for time for was to study the option of a long-term, like a very long-term lease where they could take a loan out to do work on the building, and they need to look at some of those options. They need time to analyze things. So for now, it's a short-term lease, and then once they decide which way they want to go, we can figure out where to go with a longer-term lease, possibly very long-term, depending on what the request is.
I'd like to make an amended motion and add in that we would go back to the $1 a year.
I'll second that motion. Baumgartner.
Okay, we have a first amended motion. Changing. Well, okay. The 2,000 isn't specifically in the motion, but so I guess we'll just. How do we handle this, Mr. Burt?
You still amend the motion just to set the rate at $1 a year.
Okay. So we'll just add that at the end of the.
Yeah.
All right. Councilor Franco, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Thank you. As was discussed, this is a service provided to our community, a required service, actually, that if we did not contract out, that the town itself would have to provide. I think they go and do so much for our community, as was stated in the presentation. And I have to stop thinking of this in my own terms of as an outside service. It's actually a service that should be provided by our town. So they should be considered part of our town services. Same as how we would think of the Groton Public Library. And we're just contracting it out. So I think it is an extension of our government, and that I believe that the $1, we should, if that was the original agreement, because people prior to us for a long time understood the importance of it, that we should as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support Councilor Franco's motion. Also, I think it's well worth it, and they deserve our support. Just a general question to Town Manager Burt is: do we have other services in the town that also have lease agreements and use town buildings like this, sort of a similar arrangement?
Well, well, not where it's a really required service. It's something that might be somewhat similar would be like TVCCA, which is town land and town property, but it's not something we're required to provide. Offhand, maybe I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember anything offhand that would be required per se, but it's very similar.
So TVCC, and what is the rent that we charge TVCC?
I think that's $1 a year, and that's a very long-term lease.
So that makes a lot of sense then to have these two things balance on themselves. So All right, great. Thank you very much.
Counselor Baumgartner.
Yes, I too will support this amendment for all the reasons stated. As Councilor Franco shared, this is not really an outside service. I would call it an outsourced service. Given the fact that this is a function performed by even some of our, surrounding municipalities internally. New London, the function of EMS is a service provided directly by the municipality. And here we have a situation in Groton where a nonprofit is providing those services and certainly isn't being compensated. And we're just talking about the system as a whole, but fairly for, and equitably for the services they're providing. So I think this is an area where we can make a direct impact and reduce the costs that would be borne by the association over the next few years. So I'll support this motion. And thank you again, Captain Kinnicky, for your presentation.
Thank you. Counselor Bordelon.
Thank you. I think there is a way. I guess I don't have all the information I need to make a fair assessment in reading all this. The original agreement, all of that would be helpful to kind of be able to read and see all this. I'm in full support, obviously, in safety and public health. But I do have to advocate that other towns, certain sectors, they have to provide the same service, and some of the other agencies provide their own building and do pay rent or own their building. So I'm just a little concerned as to, yes, it's a service we'd have to provide. I mean, I don't know, John, how much is it costing us to maintain this building? Like, what are we putting into it? And how is it that I think New London has to provide a service? If every town has to provide a service, is every other municipality giving it at $1? I just would like to see a little bit more of what's going on around, because the requirement is an umbrella for everybody. And I'm just curious as to how it pertains to our municipality.
What I've seen is done all different ways everywhere. I mean, there's no set standard. So it's whatever the council wishes.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so for me, I could support, I think, the 2,000 is a monetary, it's still very low. We're looking at $166 a month, dropping it down to $1. I mean, I support everything, and obviously I'm more just would like more information about what these contracts look like and these agreements and how all this fits together, which I don't have. That's the missing link for me. What the original agreement looked like, what was stated in that one. If we're going to say we're going to go back to the $1, well, then let's talk about that contract that was there then, how it relates, and that stuff is not in here. So I don't feel comfortable changing anything until I have that information. So for me, I'd hold now until the fall, and then I probably could support the $1, but I'd like some more information and some more, things in comparison to how it relates to other municipalities and what our original agreements look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
I'm sorry. I can speak a little bit as to what other towns that I know of. For comparison, town of North Stonington, they provide well over $350,000 a year to their ambulance service. They purchase their ambulances, they purchase all their equipment, and they provide a building for their service. They do, I want to say, 600 to 800 calls a year for service, whereas we do 6,100 calls for service, and we get $105,000 from the town for last year. So there are variables in there, but the amount of service that we provide is hands down a lot more. And I'm not speaking bad about North Stonington whatsoever. They provide an excellent service to their residents and visitors as well.
Thank you, Councilor Kassiran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, President Kinnicky, for being here. As a former first responder myself, I will be supporting the amendment to this motion because I understand the importance of the service you're providing. So thank you. Earlier today, we did have our state legislators here, so I hope you will come back and keep us apprised at the direction that you're going in. Because if we as a council can help facilitate perhaps getting you state funding to, for your decision for the future of the ambulance building, I hope that we can help those conversations for you. Thank you.
Councilor Parker.
Good evening. How are you, Captain Kaneki?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. You guys, if I remember correctly, you've done most of the maintenance or some of the maintenance in the building. So you're providing maintenance too within that contract, if I remember.
Yes, we installed split level units throughout the entire building. We've done a lot of maintenance to it. Total, I think we've put in the last couple of years, I think the total was somewhere around $60,000 to $70,000 of maintenance into the building. The town, I believe last year was around $30,000 that they put in. We have had the walls painted by a professional company. We've had the floor in the apparatus bay resurfaced by a professional company. We've had a lot of maintenance done to the building through us and the town. So we are a lot better shape than we were, say, 5 years ago, where we had holes in the ceiling. We had the ceiling in one of our bunk rooms collapse because of a leaking roof. So we have worked really well with the town manager's office and the building maintenance department to divvy up a lot of the maintenance and a lot of the repairs and improvements that have been made.
I can support the $1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor McBride.
Yes, thank you, Captain Konecki, for the detailed explanation of your department or your division. I just had a question, because when I see a nominal amount like this in a lease, it usually is an indication that it really wasn't a true lease amount. It really was to offset a cost that the town was incurring as a result of the provided space. So do we know what the 2,000, where that came from? And the reason I ask, is there like a utility charge or a connection charge that the town is incurring and that was passed on to you in the form of the lease for $2,000? Because it's such a nominal amount, it's not a real cost. I mean, could it have been that?
There was nothing to it like that. 3 years ago, whenever it was that this was negotiated, the council at the time, they just thought it was time to redo the contract. They thought $1 was too small. They didn't want to hit them too quickly at once, though. So they said, well, let's kind of up it $1,000 each year and just keep working our way up. That was the sole intent of it.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll support the motion as well. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Councilor Franco.
I was on the council at that time, and I will say that it was my mistake where I had thought it was a business and thought of it as a business and not a service. And I am now coming out and saying that I was wrong, and I'm trying to correct that error. Thank you.
All right, very good. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? That carries 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Bordelon is no abstentions. All right, on to 5H, Groton Family Farm.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Konecki.
Thank you. Night.
Good night.
Point of order or point of question?
Yes.
Did that motion was for the change of the lease? Did we, for the cost of the lease, do we still
Right.
need to vote on the resolution to extend the lease?
Yeah, you're right. You are correct. One second. Okay.
The amended motion was voted on. Now we have to vote on the full motion.
Yes, you're correct. Thank you, Council Jones. So the motion is amended. And we're back to the main motion. But the main motion is amended from 2,000 to 1,000. So any other discussion on that?
2,000 to $1.
2,000 to $1, correct. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
I'll abstain.
That carries 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention, 4 alone. Thank you for that, Councilor Jones. Okay, now on to agenda item 5H, Groton Family Farm. We have Mr. Warren Burrows here to come speak with us about the property. Welcome.
Hello. Let me let's see here. Can you see me, Councilman Melendez, or do I?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay. What I'd like to do is just thank you, first of all, for letting me come back and talk to you about the situation of the Groton Family Farm, and maybe to give you a few more details of what that I didn't present initially, just about our plan and all that. And then certainly leave enough time, and I will try to make it quick, because I know that, I don't know about you all, I'm sure it's later than it is for me. But anyway, let me just give you, I know you've all received the master plan. I just want to highlight some things before then I'll just leave the rest for questions. So if I can just, I'm going to share my slide if you all can see it. Let me, so as I mentioned early in January, this is a wonderful property that our family really needs to move on and think about the future. There's one point that probably pretty obvious to you already, that this town, which is a small red dot, is really basically in the middle of things, in the middle of the town of Groton. And then in 1 mile radius, there's a whole lot going on around the farm. And then within one quarter of a mile, which is walking distance, is we have as you know, the library and the senior center, the town
Dr.
hall.
Burrows?
Yes, can you hear me?
Your screen isn't being shared. Are you referring to your presentation?
Yeah, let me screen save then. I thought I had it. Let me just see. I'm sorry. Let me just start again here. I won't. There we go. All right, hold on here. There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. And but I just mentioned how this is sort of a central area that we feel is pretty special for the town of Groton. And then in the 1/4 mile radius, which is walking distance, is basically the library and the senior center and the town hall and the community center. I believe the Groton Parks and Recs has offices there, and just across the street. I think let me just get rid of my face. Just across the street is the elementary school, and then just down the road is the Pequot property. So there's three parts to it. The first are the houses. The historic farmhouse is one, and then the barn, which is the large horse barn. Both of them were built quite some time ago. The house was built in 1784, and the barn was built shortly after the Civil War in the late 1800s. And then the third piece is the pasture that's adjacent. If this is the office building, this is the corner. So that's really what we're trying to get our head around. and need your thoughts about it. There's a little piece of interesting history. The Groton Plains field down the road ways, Groton Plains Park, used to be a sulky horse track. And after the Civil War, my great-grandfather, who was in the cavalry, built this barn in the late 1800s for the horses that they raced there. And I always think that's somewhat interesting. And then for the last 10 years or so, of course, we ran it as a small sort of minimal commercial property with chickens and sheep. And we had Colchester had brought their kids over many times for field trips and all that. So we've really tried to combine both some food production as well as some entertainment and a little bit of education. So our family, as I mentioned, really is about a few years ago came to the realization that we weren't able to maintain this ourselves. So we hired a consultant to help us with this problem. And the first thing she said was, you got to stop bickering with each other. It's owned by some family members, not just myself. So she said to write up what you're interested in and what's important to you and what your values are. This so-called, I'm sure you know these, what is it called? A vision cloud or a word cloud. And what came up in all our writings is things that were really most important were things like the town and the barn, of course, some history and some kind of center and community. So that's when we had her draw up a plan, which you've seen before. I'm just giving you a few highlights. We did have a community meeting. It was actually 3 years ago, where we also harvested ideas and thoughts and desires from the folks around the community itself. This is the property, just to review again. This is 3.5 acres with the field. And then this is the historic farmhouse and the barn. And this property, which is about 2.5 acres. And then this is the rental property, which currently is being rented by the electric bike business. And again, I'm sort of stating the obvious. It's in this corner right along about a mile from Route 95 on 117 and Route 1. So the possibilities with this sort of vision in mind was sort of a combination or one or more of these issues. One is housing. And if it was going to be housing, which is not our first, our top of our list of our wish, but it may be practical, financially necessary, but it would be pocket housing or pocket neighborhoods. In other words, where, and this is done all over the country, really, where small houses of sort of affordable or medium prices for housing, but collected in around a community, around a center where there's more of an encouragement for sort of the community, the folks getting to know each other. And then mixed use village is let me see if I can get rid of this thing on here. There we go. And the mixed use village, which has also become sort of a phenomenon. This particular one is in Boise, Idaho, basically where barns or whatever structures are converted into mixed use issues, usually in the middle of some village. And then a farm park or open space kind of deal. This particular one is in Oakland, described as the City Slicker Farm. And with respect to the housing, again, as you can see in this little picture, is sort of the center area. Everyone doesn't have their own backyard. They all share a yard where children can play and dogs can roam and people can communicate with each other. And it would be of varying densities, from very little density or no density to filling up the whole place with housing. And this is sort of what the plan would look like with this small amount of housing with pocket neighborhood. And then, I'm sorry, I'm sort of flipping the thing here. Multi-use commercial where the barn would play a role, and then some other commercial use for the farmhouse remaining historic property, but of use, or even a dwelling of some kind. And the big area, of course, is the field, which would be a community open space. And basically the possibilities for this are is numerous. But this would be looking at the property on the west side of the property, where the pocket neighborhood, as you see, and then the barn would be the indoor-outdoor multi-marketplace, and then the buildings for either cafe, restaurants, or a dwelling. This actually is a historic farmhouse, and this is the rental property. And then, of course, the east side of the property, the field, really is a bare tablet. All things could be done there. Vegetable gardens, community gardens, a natural playground, perhaps some other contemplative garden of some kind or some other use. And then, of course, the town green, such as this, and or some amphitheater that outdoor entertainment or music could be done. We did this a couple of years ago on the farm when we had Make Music Day. And then if there's no housing, of course, the possibilities are really limitless. A town green, some of this, and then also other uses in the property. And so that's really it. There is again, all this is with some attempt to do something good for the town, something that's going to be of value to the town. We unfortunately aren't in the position to give it away or donate it, but I think that something could be done rather than use it entirely either for all commercial or all housing. And I think what's interesting is it really, I think, fits in with the interest in making this whole area sort of a village effect. But that's really all I have to say. And I would be happy to, let me just go back to the Zoom thing, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Do any counselors have any questions, thoughts? Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burrows, thank you for the presentation. Have you had any developers that have come to you at all and with any of these kind of ideas?
People are always asking about it, and we haven't. It's none of it's really fit with our values and our goals. But yes, it's people have talked about it. There was, if I can pull this up again, let's see where it is, there was a gas station which actually wanted a portion of the field to add to the office building, where they needed a larger footprint. And we actually got into some negotiations with them, but it thank God it really fell through. But yeah, there's always people are asking, and it's not on the market. So it's really in that, it's sort of that phase of things.
All right. So you would be willing to sell it to a developer who came in with some kind of a housing plan?
Exactly. I mean, unfortunately, we really just can't maintain it properly ourselves. And it's a multiply owned property, which I don't know if any of you have family that owns a property together, but it can be challenging to say the least. So yes, if a developer came in, and we have presented it to a couple of developers, but it just was not a fit. But yes, if the appropriate fit was there, we would be happy to let it go to either all of it or part of it to a developer. Of course, the standard developer is just interested in housing. And I know one developer we spoke to said, well, this is a wonderful property. It's obviously in a good area, but the first thing you got to do, you got to get rid of that barn and you got to get rid of that old house. So that was sort of a non-starter. But yeah, there's always people asking. Yes.
But as time goes on, you may change that idea.
In what way? In other words,
I mean, if you made it a little more flexible for a developer to come in. We have a huge need for housing. If you said the entire property is available,
right,
then
exactly.
you might.
No. If yes, and in fact, I'm as time goes on, I think we are going to have to compromise some of our pipe dreams and realize that it's going to a good bit of it's going to have to be housing. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Burrows, for coming out and speaking with us. I think what you presented is, definitely something where you put a lot of thought into it, and the passion between preserving whatever goes there, preserving the barn and the house as a focal point, and a goal, and having a sense of center and community. So I definitely support the concepts, and I hope not that a developer will come in and get rid of those older structures. I'm hoping whatever form of development does go in there, let it be open space or walkways and gardens or town green, that the older structures are somehow able to be part of the master plan and preserved, so that we don't lose something like that. There's ways to kind of incorporate that in there. I guess for me, I mean, you've done a lot of work with the presentation. I think for me, for my mind, this is something where we need to really, at some point, talk with town staff and see what the numbers look like, what this would be, feasibility of that. I think it's important that we do our due diligence as a town to see what our town feels, where this would best fit. I think it's a great opportunity. I would hate for you to have to waiting in the town to kind of make a decision, because as you stated, that this is something that you need to figure out over time, as it's becoming harder to manage the property. So I guess my question, John, depending on after this meeting, what would be our next step? Once again, not agreeing to anything per se, but looking at after this, do we have a public input session where we have folks come out and talk about, or I mean, are we looking to go in conjunction with Mr. Burrows? Mr. Burrows, are you looking to have no responsibility to the property in selling it in its entirety, or kind of I don't want to say cohabitating, but co-ownership with some rights, or what is the idea on that?
Yeah, no, I'm open to all ideas. I don't have any fixed idea. I think we do. As I say, we don't want to be running it or even owning it as we do now.
Okay.
I'm open to anything that works. Yeah.
Right. So John, I guess the question is the first step to me would be getting this as an agenda item where we actually start to talk what that looks like for the town financially and where that would best fit. And then that way we have something to think about and see, also then to propose to our community based on how we decide to support. I definitely, I think it's an important piece of property why Mr. Burrows is coming to the town to try to come up with a plan with us before letting it go to another form of development where we won't really have the control of what can go there, because it'd be a private owner selling to another company. So I think, I just appreciate Mr. Burrows for really taking the time and involving the town first. So I guess, John, my question for my notes is, if this was something that the council wanted, what would be the next step for this?
I mean, there's any number of ways you can pursue it. I guess ideally, I would like to have just a little time to talk offline with Dr. Burrows and planning staff to kind of figure out the best streamlined process. But certainly, you're right on track with public comment and all of the other things, and just try to figure out the order of it. So if I could just have a little time to report back to the council.
Okay, so today we're just doing the presentation, and then there'll be another update, is what you're saying, as to?
Yeah, whatever the council would like, but that would be my preference, but whatever you're comfortable with.
Mm-hmm. I guess my support would be to move it to the next phase to get more information, which would be numbers and what the ownership would look like and what the town, the feasibility and the need. I think that's, I mean, he's presented tonight, and this land will go up for sale at some point if we don't act on it. And I think that we should at least go to the next phase of looking at what our possibilities are for that. So that's where I support this. And Mr. Burrows, I appreciate you coming out and being so willing to give the town the first kind of opportunity at the property. And that's really awesome. And I hope that we can move to the next phase to talk a little bit more in detail, numbers and other things in which this could be, so that we can start to see if this is actually something feasible to kind of start to either move this along or allow you to move on. But I hope it's something that the town will keep. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Baumgartner.
No, you're not muted. You're muted.
Yeah,
You're
you're
on
muted.
mute, Charlie.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Burrows, for joining us this evening. I am so excited about this. Your proposal. I know several years ago you had developed or I shouldn't say a site plan, but a series of concept plans for the site with several different options in uses. We've heard an outpouring of support for moving forward with the property purchase from residents highlighting the importance of historic preservation, as you mentioned, maintaining the structures that the really historic structures that sit on the property, as well as the need for housing. It was very great to see that you are proposing housing that would also kind of meet the scale and respect the scale of the community. Nothing that is out of line with the kind of the community context. And so even what you had proposed, a very, very modest proposal of 17 micro housing units is, I think, quite innovative and really worth a look as well. I've heard from residents expressing the desire to have a community green. That area in really greater Pequannock Bridge is really seeing an economic renaissance in the last few years. We've seen historic investment along that corridor. Most recently, the Barn, a combined CBD microbrewery, Grange style, venue that where it's bringing people from outside of the community in. Obviously, the fact that we have our town hall there, community center, which in future years we hope to invest millions of dollars. Public library and the senior center, two public facilities again that bring folks from all walks of life into our community. There's just a lot going on, and this, I think, complements really our desire to make it will very much inform our desire to find a use for the Claude Chester School, which will now from here on out, our council will be tasked with deciding what to do with that property. So I think this is very timely. This project, to see a renewed interest in this proposed sale is very exciting. And so I hope we as a town can kind of ride this momentum and continue our discussions with Dr. Burrows. But I think this is probably the most opportune time to really kick off and engage these discussions. I guess perhaps one question I have is, you had proposed pedestrian linkages in some of those options, and just out of curiosity, have you considered when you created those linkages, did you give any consideration to public library and kind of some of the surrounding town spaces?
Yeah, in fact, with the Parks and Rec folks, they drew up a thought of creating an easement. This is when we weren't thinking of selling it, making an easement or some kind of, again, from the library and the senior center down to Route 1, and then, getting across the street so that people could be walking from there through the farm down to Bluff Point or wherever they wanted to go. So yes, that was in play, and it didn't really sort of gel, but that's the whole idea, is trying to bring all these activities together as one unit, whether it's, entertainment or education or just, relaxation or the whole package. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think, especially if we do start aggressively engaging in discussions, these things are all connected. When last year the town was awarded a community connectivity grant from the state of Connecticut for trail upgrades and improvements within Pequannock Bridge with respect to bicycle infrastructure, which is very exciting. And there will be a lot more bicycle infrastructure investments within that corridor in future years. And actually on February 1st, there will be a flag raising ceremony for Black History Month that Councilor Bordelon will be emceeing, and several of us have been involved in the planning for that. And so, we start thinking about, spaces, it would be so nice to have a town green where we could kind of have these community events and celebrations. And as you indicated in that study, within a quarter-mile radius, you have obviously so many public amenities, and it can, I think, really serve as a catalyst for continued development and, respectful and responsible development in that surrounding corridor. So I just thank you for, the kind of the sweat equity you have put into that property, in addition to obviously your continued investment over the years and the desire to really turn it over to someone that will respect the history of that property. So I am supportive of acquiring the Burroughs Farm, and any efforts our town can take with Dr. Burroughs to support that. Obviously, I will support as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Westervelt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, Dr. Burroughs. Your service to the community is admirable. If memory serves, I believe one of the scouts at Troop 2 did an Eagle project there at your farm, making planters, and your family was very helpful to him in getting that done. And so I'm very impressed with everything that you've done. I actually look very forward to continuing this and working with you in the future. I think there's a huge community opportunity here, and I very much appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question probably is more for Dr. Burroughs and for Mr. Burt. Is it considered a historical site, the barn, or any parts of the property?
Well, it's they're both on the historic register, but the barn's on the historic barn register, and the house is on the state and maybe national. I haven't looked into it, but they're both on the historic register. They're not in any kind of restrictive deal where you have to, it's not a punitive registry. In other words, you can do what you want to do, but you still, for personal reasons, as well as that you certainly can't tear them down. But I don't think there's a law against it in the kind of registry they're in. It's just more sort of a feather in the cap, or whatever you want to say, that the fact that they are, but it's more, but it's not restrictive. In other words, I know in Charleston, South Carolina, you can't put a shingle. It's not exactly like the original owners, but no, it's not, doesn't have those restrictions. So, repurposing the barn is as with small shops or ice cream stores or coffee shop or, craft brewery or whatever, and making it, structurally change without changing the appearance or the feel of it. It's done all over, and it could be done in this barn as well. The same for the house. And in fact, my wish personally is not to turn it into some, historic relic that you go and just go visit if you're taking a tour of historic sites in Groton. I mean, I want it to be used and, appreciated and experienced by folks. So it may be a little bit sentimental of me, but I'm not a historic buff, but at the same time, all these places have a certain sacredness, I guess you could say, even the land itself. I'm not an indigenous person, but there's something to be said about really respecting a property, and it's not just a commodity or a piece of dirt, basically. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was my question. If Mr. Burt,
Yes.
would that assist in your research proposal, or I shouldn't say proposal, in your research with the rest of the planning and development group?
It's good to know that, yes. And it's just good to hear directly from Dr. Burrows that, he wants it to be appreciated and active.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Burrows, thank you again for bringing this to us.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Franco?
There's we're taking up the topic, but I'm not sure exactly how we're supposed to be taking it up. In one essence, I think when you talk about land acquisitions as a council, we usually do these type of things in executive session, to figure out the negotiating factors and things of that nature. And there are some things that we're not going to be discussing publicly, potentially like, pricing or things of that nature. So some of this may have to come at another meeting. But my question is, on the buildings on the property, let's just say, for example, the town, I don't even know if this is like part of the negotiation and if it should be here, but if the town were to purchase the property and you have these buildings, I believe that, would you put stipulations that nothing could be done to these buildings, or would you have certain stipulations regarding the buildings?
No, it would be a matter of discussion, but no, there would be no, I think things are very fluid. I'm really open to whatever works. And I'm not really avoiding the answer, but no, there would be no strict stipulations about we want it just the way we want it. No, we're not at that stage. We have, that might have been, 5-10 years ago, but not anymore. No.
And the reason I ask this is because the town would have to potentially renovate, bring things up to a certain code, because it would be a town-owned, they would be town-owned buildings. So they would have to be brought up to certain codes if any kind of public would be entering. And so there's questions on maintenance and usage. And then I'm curious as a town, if we were to possess this property, what would we do with those buildings? And these are just questions I'm throwing out, because if people are interested in it, I'm just curious as to what would we do with these buildings? What would be the long-term, basically, like, idea? Would it be like a type of museum? Would we lease them to businesses? I'm just curious because I don't think the town is in the business to run businesses such as like things that maybe have been suggested maybe as a coffee shop or an ice cream place. The town usually doesn't run those kind of businesses. So I'm on one hand, I'm interested to learn some more. And on the other hand, it brings up more questions as well. And I did see on social media where there was a post up and people are asking for a town green. And as a council, we haven't decided where a town green should go or how we should go about doing it. We haven't had that discussion yet. And as was discussed, it's a potential for this property to acquire, if we acquired the property, but then again, across the street at Claude Chester, it's a potential there for property we already own. And then as what just came on the market was the Ackley property, which is right next to the library and the senior center. And that's like 9.5 acres. And that just came on the market. And then if you can, like, if we're looking to acquire land, I think we should, for this section of town, I think we should have the bigger discussion on what are us as a council, our views and how we're going to go as a town. Are we looking to create a municipal area in this section of town? Do we need more land to do that? And this is where I'm not sure exactly how to go about all this and how to put these on the table for the council to have a greater discussion on this as well. Because if we're looking to acquire and we're looking at boroughs, we might want to look at Ackley's as well. That's right behind it. And it's another big parcel. And this could be growing and have a growth of the municipal section of our community. So I think this opens up a bigger conversation for the council. And I'd be interested in having that and seeing where it goes. Thank you. And thank you for coming with your presentation. Looks like there was a lot of work put into it and it's very thoughtful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I can align my marks with some of Councilor Franco's sentiments and such, that I do think that this is an opportunity for property. When I look at things like in the city, there's a bunch of vacant buildings on Thames Street that the city doesn't own, and people are constantly asking for things to be developed there, but they have to acquire them. And so we have a strip of property here. As it was stated, there's also the other property behind it, the Claude Chester. It would seem to me that Groton should be looking at a way to come together with economic development, town staff, and the community to say quickly, because we don't want to stall for Mr. Burrow's sake, to say, what is it that we envision and what do we see? And how coming up with a master plan. I mean, I think constantly we're sometimes in the mud digging through like the, rec center, student building, thing, like it comes in sections. And I feel like sometimes we're behind the curve when we get it in sections. We should really be thinking about a master plan of development for that area or what we envision. I know when the whole TIF thing came through, it was talk of like having this walkable community and all of this. I think we need to talk, what is that vision and what can be there so that we can kind of go in that direction. I do think that the buildings that are there easily could be, developed into something that would fit the tapestry of that area, depending on what that would be. I mean, as Mr. Burrows had it, he had a little bit of pocket neighborhood there. One of that building could turn into, whoever decided to develop those buildings could, put in a store of sorts, and something else could be on the property with the open space and the green. But it is hard to decide on something without what is the vision. And I think that's what we're charged with. And I think with our town, we should be really kind of projecting where do we see, where do we want to go, and what are the needs? It was stated at one meeting that the town hall, they're outgrowing there. They're moving into what was to be the Parks and Rec building, and that was supposed to be a Parks and Rec building, but now offices are going to be more in there. And, we got to kind of figure out, we're kind of all over. We got the Spicer building over here. We have another historic building down the road from there that constantly needs work. I think, and to move forward, we need to have a broader discussion. And some of that doesn't necessarily have to be executive session, but really starting to sit with our planning development, our town staff, to look at what our need is, what our plan is, what our vision is, and map that out. So I'm not sure if you have any of those thoughts at all.
Andrew Burt.
I agree a lot with much of what was said by the last two council members. One thing I wanted to point out that economic development and planning have been looking at is the state had just recently put out the first round of the Connecticut Communities Challenge Grant, which basically funding to do a large project. They have to have things like transit-oriented development. You don't have to have every item, but downtown major hub development, essential infrastructure, housing. There's a number of things. And there does have to be some job growth element to it, but on a larger scale, doesn't have to be at every site. But there's funding out there. Distressed communities do have some advantage in this grant. It was announced too quickly to do anything in the first round, but this might be perfect to be part of a larger plan for a potential grant for the second round. But I do believe we definitely need some sort of master plan, and we need it anyways to try to apply for grants. So, I agree with trying to move through it quickly, though.
Councilor Kasiri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Burrows, for coming here and presenting to us today. Appreciate it very much. I guess my question for you is, because I have way more questions than answers that I can provide right now, but are you willing to give the council some time to have these conversations so that we can make a plan? And is your family comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would think so. I think I totally agree with all of you that it's a whole lot easier if you're working from a larger plan. And so yes, I'd be very curious. I'd be happy to participate in any way you want me to. That may not be appropriate, but yes, I think it's necessary. I mean, absolutely.
Great. I just think it's important for the public to know too that your family is willing to give us some time to talk and have those important conversations. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no other hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burrows, for coming out and speaking with us. I'm sure we'll be in contact again soon.
Thank you. Good night.
Councilor Braun, do you have something? Councilor Braun?
I just had a question. Just how are we leaving this? Just for my notes. So we're going to wait for John to get back to us after talking to his town staff and scheduling the next meeting to at a time indefinite to bring this back in some form. Where does this? Where are we leaving this, and what are we looking for a turnaround time?
That would be, again, my preference if the council's amenable to that. We'll start meeting on this right away and try to turn things around quickly and get back to you right away.
Okay, and then so the next contact then would be at another council meeting, and if there was money or something, then it would possibly be executive session. Is that? Right. Because I guess what I don't want it to be is that we delay trying to build a master plan, but not acquiring property that could benefit our long-term goal and plan for that area. So I do think the conversation, my opinion, I speak only as for myself, I do think the conversation needs to come quickly as to, is this something that we think we could fit into a form of master plan? And then the master plan could come after, but we don't want to lose out on good land that is in a great location because the master plan could take some time. So I just want to make sure that just want to know like kind of how that's going to work. So.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to the council right away.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Burrows.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 5I, CDBG 2022 program income reuse plan. That can be found on page 95.
Point of information.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, it's after 10 o'clock.
Correct. Do we have consensus from the council to take up any other agenda items?
I'm fine.
That's one.
Yes.
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 I have 4, 5. Okay. We have consensus from the council to move on. On page 95, I make a motion to recommend a resolution to schedule a public hearing for the revised program income reuse plan at the March 1st, 2022 Town Council meeting and approve the 2022 program income reuse plan subject to the public hearing. So moved. Do I have a second? Who was the second? Okay. Moved by Melendez, seconded by Kasiri. So we have with us John Reiner here to speak with us about this. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Paige Bronk, our Economic and Community Development Manager, is also here with me tonight to talk on this item. So I'll try to be brief, as I know there's still some agenda items after this, and it is late. So what you have before you is a drafted, revised 2022 program income reuse plan. So the town has funding through past CDBG funding that we use for rehabilitation loans within the town. What we're proposing here, we have an older income reuse plan that was quite brief, and we have revised a newer income reuse plan that is also enclosed in your packet that meets all of the state and federal statutory requirements. And what this program income reuse plan does is allows the town the possibility to use some of our program income, this other older CDBG income, as a possible match for a future community development block grant. This upcoming year, we do intend on applying for a large $1.5 million community development block grant in conjunction with the Groton Housing Authority. And one of the requirements that we have to have is a much lower amount in our program income cash balance. So this was something that was suggested to us by the state of Connecticut as a way of moving forward. In order for us to move to that point, one, we need to have a public hearing to even adopt the program income reuse plan. And that plan would then give the town the opportunity to reuse some of our program income as a match towards a future community development block grant. Paige, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to mention.
Just briefly that this is funding that we receive through the federal government that passes through the state and ultimately to the town of Groton. So obviously, although we could take action at the local level, that action has to go back to the state for approval. So that's the purpose of actually modifying this plan so we could be in conformance with their guidelines.
Happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Kasir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Mr. Reiner. Hi, Mr. Bronk. What is the next step after a public hearing?
So for this particular reuse plan, after a public hearing, the council would adopt this program income reuse plan. After you adopt a program income reuse plan, sorry, it's a mouthful, then we would begin the process. The state has not yet announced the grant round for the next community development block grant program, but then as part of that, we would begin the process of preparing for that next grant round. We've already begun that process a little bit with the Groton Housing Authority. And at that time, we would come back to the council to talk about that particular community development block grant application, as well as if the council wants to allocate a portion of that program income, possibly up to $100,000, towards a match of that 2022 CDBG Small Cities Grant application, which then would potentially get us another $1.5 million for affordable housing improvement in Groton. So there's still a number of decision points that would have to be made at multiple meetings after the public hearing.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Just looking at this draft, when I read through it, was drafted in 1/19/22 adopted. So this draft was just recently drafted. This is not, there was not one already in place prior to.
Yes, there was a previous draft that should have been included in the packet.
I see the first page, it says Small Cities Program Income Plan. If you mark Ofinger's name on it.
That was the previous plan.
Okay, so that's the original draft, and this is what you guys created from that?
Correct. The new draft also, we wanted to ensure that it meets all state and federal requirements. We worked with the state of Connecticut on the new draft of the plan.
Okay, so this is meets all those different standards. There's definitely a lot more detail in this, which is good. All right, that answers that question. And is this a plan that has to be rewritten every year, or how will this work?
This is not rewritten every year. This plan would be in place until if there were either changes to state or federal law that we had to update it, or if there was some other reason that we, the town, working with the state and other partners, felt that this should be updated to meet the town's needs in the future.
Yeah. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? That carries unanimously 9-0 to 0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to the next agenda item, 5J conveyance tax. This is my personal referral, seeing as it's 10:27, and we got two other agenda items after. I'll be
I have a
skipping
point of
over.
order.
Yes, what's the point of order?
This agenda item is in violation of Town Council Rule 8, Section G. The subject matter cannot be a referral for an item that has been decided within the last 12 months. Hold on just one moment. Section G reads, once a matter has been rejected or decided substantially, the same subject matter may not be the subject of a referral for 12 months or unless the council recommends the referral with the 6 votes in favor. This matter was voted down on October 5th of 2021, is now on our agenda this evening, and it's a violation of our town council rule.
Okay, thank you. So is my understanding that Rule 8G is under the section of our rules marked reconsideration, and it is my understanding that the first time that a council takes up an agenda item, it is not a reconsideration. It is just a normal consideration the first time. However, that point is moot because we are skipping this agenda item tonight, and we are moving on to 5K Mystic Education Center update. And we have...
And the attorneys are logging in. They'll be on in just a minute. I don't know if you want to take a couple minute break or just kind of hang here for a second. I would suggest not doing the motion until after they give a public update.
Okay. So you want to take a 5-minute recess?
If that's okay. They're in the process of logging in. I don't see them yet.
All right, thank you. We'll be in recess till 10:35. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Eric, how are you?
All right, so we should be coming back from recess.
Recording in progress.
All right, we are back from recess at 10:37. And we have Manager Burt to give sort of an update on this before we go into executive session.
Actually, it's either going to be Attorney Callahan or Cody will be giving the update.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, everyone on the Groton Town Council. For anyone who's not familiar with this project, the state of Connecticut owns the former Mystic Oral School site and entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Respler Homes LLC to sell the property. In response to an RFP that was issued in 2017, Respler Homes LLC submitted a proposal to develop the site. Respler Homes envisioned a 7 to 850 multifamily unit development, the redevelopment of the Oral School building into a multi-use commercial building, and the rehabilitation of the Pratt building into a recreation center leased to the town. On February 4th, 2020, the Groton Town Council approved Respler Homes as the preferred developer of the site and authorized a development agreement to be entered into between the town and Respler Homes. Following the execution of that agreement, a dispute arose between Groton and Respler Homes LLC under the development agreement. Section 12 of the development agreement has a dispute resolution process. It first requires negotiation between the parties to attempt to resolve the dispute. And if the dispute resolution process was initiated under the development agreement, the parties attempted to negotiate on August 31st, 2021. That pre-mediation negotiation proved unproductive to the town, and the town at the end of October authorized my office to demand mediation. Following the appointment of a mediator, a mediation has been scheduled for March 3rd and March 4th. Given the pending claims or pending litigation that exists and the confidentiality restrictions that are set forth in the development agreement, it would be our advice to update you on further details in executive session. But before going into executive session, we were made aware today that there is a deal that has been signed between Mr. Respler and a developer called Blue Lotus Group LLC. That agreement, following a due diligence period, would envision Jeff Respler no longer being involved as part of Respler Homes LLC. The Blue Lotus Group specializes in senior housing and assisted living facilities. And it appears that that developer plans to propose a development that is substantially smaller than the one currently planned by Respler Homes LLC. That's my update.
Thank you. Attorney Cody, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't, but I'll just be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So at this point, I'll make a motion.
I had a question before going into executive session,
Okay.
if I may be recognized, if it's an okay time.
Yes, Councilor Bordelon.
If Attorney Callahan could just elaborate a little bit more about the Lotus. I just want to make sure I have my notes correct here. What's the change again, the update?
We were made aware today that a deal has been signed between Jeff Respler and a developer called Blue Lotus Group LLC. That group, according to Mr. Respler's team, Blue Lotus Group specializes in senior housing and assisted living facilities. And if following the due diligence period, the Blue Lotus Group purchases Mr. Respler's membership interest in Respler Homes LLC, he'll no longer be involved, Mr. Respler himself, as part of the project.
Okay, so Blue Lotus Group would be buying out Jeff Respler. A change of hands completely is what you're saying.
That's what has been communicated to us.
Okay, and is anybody else a part of, so Blue Lotus Group, so anybody part of the Respler would not be part of the Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus would be taking full ownership over, is what they're saying.
What's been communicated to me is that the party to the development agreement with Groton is Respler Homes LLC.
Yep.
LLCs are owned by members. My understanding is Jeff Respler is the majority member of that LLC, and the only other person with an interest is, I believe, his wife, and both of them would be bought out.
Right. And so the Blue Lotus LLC, where are they out of?
We're awaiting further details. This information was revealed to us earlier this evening. So I believe they're out of New York, but we haven't done any real review of them because we just received this information.
Right. Yeah, I think as that develops, it'd be great to know more, like, what has Blue Lotus LLC developed and such. It would be good to get some of that information to see. Okay, that's my only. How about the other properties that Mr. Respler had purchased in the area? Is Blue LLC going to take those other boundary properties as well?
That is my understanding, yes. And the only other thing that might be noteworthy is apparently they have a marketing team that they're hiring. So we are hopeful to have some additional updates in the very near future for all of you.
Also, there probably would be a different attorney, I would assume.
That is my understanding.
And we haven't been made contact who that is yet either.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Sure.
Thank you. I move that the members of the Town Council Committee of the Whole, Town Manager John Burt, Planning Director John Reiner, Assistant Planning Director Deb Jones, Economic Development Manager Paige Bronk, Attorney Eric Callahan, and Attorney Rich Cody go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 1-200 6B for the purpose of discussing strategy and negotiations related to pending claims involving the development agreement between the Town of Groton and Respler Homes. So moved.
Before we vote.
Oh, before I second that, should I let you take their hands? I'm sorry.
No, we can do it after because I already made the motion.
All right, second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Bumgarner opposed.
My mic didn't go off. I'm opposed to going in as well.
Okay. So that carries 6 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. And we're in executive session at 10:46.
No, we're not, where there's comments on it.
What?
There's comments to be said. There's hands up.
Yeah, Councilor. As I was trying to help
Is Sean listening in? GMTV, are you listening in still? Okay. We're going to be in executive session just for a few seconds and then back out again. So we have to. Okay, I'm going to hit record.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Okay, we're out of executive session at 10:52. Council Westervelt, you have the floor.
I just want to state for the record that I'm opposed to going into executive session. Nothing really has changed since we started mediation, and now the next mediation doesn't happen for another month. So unless something has been decided, or unless we have come to some type of an agreement with Restler, the fact that he hired a new company, or excuse me, he's selling out to a new company, I don't think that warrants executive session. There's nothing really secret about that. You've already told us about it. And as far as the last update that was given by Restler's group, over 130 people already know about that based on that update going out on the internet. So what is there to go into executive session about?
But the one thing we can't do public, the development agreement doesn't allow us to speak about the actual mediation process. So we would be restricted from that in public. But if the, part of what we're looking for is some guidance on that for that next meeting.
I still disagree. I don't think we should be going into executive session about that, especially now in light of the fact that he's selling out to someone else. Where does our mediation go from there?
I think we could talk about that part, can't we, attorneys, in terms of can you kind of discuss generally what the ramifications are of this potential switch?
In terms of the mediation that's coming up, we need to have a plan and strategy with the town council, and that would be the purpose of going into executive session, is understanding the strategy going into the mediation. Sorry, I heard some sort of interference. So the reason I would want to go into executive session is to get direction from you as a council on the strategy in the mediation.
Councilor
Now-
Franco.
Thank you. I would like to bring up a potential ethics issue in relation to Councilor Westervelt. Mr. Westervelt, we have in possession as council a letter from an attorney, Edward McCousher, in relation to the Mystic Oral School development, and where he states that he represents Scott Westervelt of Boulder Court, which is an adjacent property to the Mystic Oral School Advocates. Mr. Westervelt has also in a council meeting stated that he is the co-chair of the Mystic Oral School Advocates, which is an organization related to the Mystic Oral School property that we're going into executive session. And as such, a counselor should be unbiased in relation to the decisions that he's going to be making. And also, I think that I am asking Mr. Westervelt to recuse himself from this executive session coming up due to issues related to ethics and his relation to this, his personal relationship in relation to this property. So my question for Mr. Westervelt is, will you recuse yourself?
I'll have to think about that because I am co-chair of the Mystic Oral School Advocates. I freely admit that. It is a neighborhood organization. It's not a political association of any kind. And I believe that the ethics ordinance for the town does not apply to that. I believe that's only for financial gain or for financial malfeasance. So I'm not sure that the ethics ordinance applies in this situation.
I believe ethics goes beyond just what our ordinance is. I believe there's, I have been on the council where a counselor has recused himself due to a pending issue in his own neighborhood that he was a part of, and he recused himself willingly and due to exactly this matter.
If we're not going to be taking any kind of vote, if this is just informational, then I'm not voting on anything. So where's the violation?
Okay, so I'm just going to jump in here real quick. It is my understanding that from our ethics, it's my understanding of our ethics ordinance. It is Councilor Westervelt's decision on whether or not he will accuse himself or not. I don't think we should get into the debate of whether he should or shouldn't hear. That's his decision to make. So if he decides to not recuse himself, then that's his decision. Councilor Borderline, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think I was just going to state that we're not supposed to be voting in executive session. So first off, it's information-based or supposed to be information-based. Second, he was elected at large, just like the 9 of us. And not to say it was the sole issues, but some have said that he represents that part of town. And part of the way government works is people were elected based on what was going on at the time. And for his area, he has a voice. And I think there's a lot of things if we nitpick down and we really want to throw that. I don't think it's fair tonight. This has not been an ethics referral. I think it's really not pertinent right now. If this is something of a concern with a particular council or councilors, then you should send your referral on and let it go through its due diligence there. But to, stall here, I think, when we're not even voting, it would be just information based. So I personally don't see a problem. I think it's important. And my opinion, I guess I look to the attorneys and the town staff for direction, but you could spearhead anything in the community. You could be whatever on any type of committee outside of this, and you may be duly elected, there's a lot of different things that, one could call a conflict, but I think there's no votes taken in executive session. And I think he has every right. Personally, I'm voting not to go into executive session because I think if we're just talking about the strategy, we're not talking dollars or anything else, I think we should talk about what we can here until we have to go into executive session. So I think as much as we can share to the public at large, we should be doing first. And then if we have to go in executive session, unfortunately, sometimes we don't ever start that way. So I think what information that we're going to share is not following the 5 reasons to go into executive session. We should do that, handle that business now. And if there's anything outside of that, then we go into executive session. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, I see a hand from Councilor Kasiri. Councilors should keep in mind that we are not discussing whether someone should recuse themselves or not. We're just discussing Mystic Education Center update. Councilor Kasiri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question for the attorney. Unfortunately, it does involve the recusal, but I just have a quick question for Attorney Callahan, or I'm sorry, the other attorney.
Cody.
Mr. Cody. Sorry.
That's all right.
Find you on my.
It's a good thing to forget a lawyer.
Does a counselor's personal retention of an attorney, does that dictate a financial interest?
You mean in the outcome of the consideration? No, by itself, it would not. A citizen is free to hire lawyers.
Okay, thank you. Just something that I'd like counselors to keep in mind in regards to making decisions like this. I attended the newly elected day 2 weeks ago through CCM, and we had a whole ethics class on appearance of impropriety. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a rule in order for you to have to recuse yourself. It could just be, the appearance that something just doesn't seem right. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
All right. Councilor McBride.
Yes, 5.5 hours ago, we started an FOI class. And one of the things they mentioned to us was executive session is permitting if it's a land transaction. And I think if you can read all the details to this motion, but at the end of the day, it involves a land transaction. So I would be supportive of going into executive session for this matter.
Can I just interject that it's not our property. What it is under, we're in a legal process with Wrestler's Group. So it's under the legal aspect of the litigation clause.
Okay, I move that the members of the Town Council Committee of the Whole, Town Manager John Burt, Planning Director John Reiner, Assistant Planning Director Deb Jones, Economic Development Manager Paige Bronk, Attorney Eric Callahan, and Attorney Rich Cody go into executive session pursuant to General Statutes Section 1-206B for the purpose of discussing strategy and negotiations related to pending claims involving the development agreement between the Town of Groton and Restaurant Homes. So moved.
Second, Parker.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? That carries 6 in favor, 3 opposed, Bordelon, Baumgardner, Westervelt, 0 abstentions. We're in executive session at 11:04, but we have to stop the recording. right, so we're out of executive session at 11:47. Ms. Burt, do you have an update?
Yes, and if the attorneys have anything to add, please feel free. Just letting the public know that the consensus is we're staying the course. We intend to continue on with mediation with the same goals in mind. As we've previously stated, we still consider the contract or the development agreement in default by the other party. So that's where we're at on it. Attorneys, if you have anything to add.
I don't.
I don't have anything either.
Very good. So then we will move.
Quick
Councilor
question.
Bordelon, do you have something to say?
Yeah, so just for the community that's watching this, when do we expect to have another public update on this?
As soon as we receive more information on the potential buyer, as soon as we have anything relevant.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will be moving on to agenda item 5L, Town Attorney update to council for ongoing litigation. Attorney Callahan, do you have an overview?
Yes, there's two cases that they're significant tax appeals that we wanted the opportunity to update you about tonight, and we would advise that you go into executive session because there's pending litigation, so that we can discuss strategy with you and update you about these cases. Those cases involve Pfizer and fuel cell energy.
Councilor Baumgartner?
Yes, I'll be recusing myself from this vote. I do own stock in one of the companies or one of the parties involved. Therefore, I will be recusing myself from the vote and from the executive session.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I move that the members of the Town Council Committee of the Whole, Town Manager John Burt, Tax Assessor Mary Gardner, Finance Director Cindy Landry, Attorney Eric Callahan, and Attorney Rich Cody. And there's one other person, Mr. Burt, who's...
I think she's, am I correct, Cindy, that Dee will not be joining us? Is that it? Though I don't know who's under the CSU GEMS. Is that, could you identify yourself?
That's probably me. See if I
Okay,
can
Mary.
change my name. Yep.
Okay. Okay, I think we can leave her off.
Okay.
Be off.
So I move that the members of the Town Council Committee of the Whole, Town Manager John Burt, Tax Assessor Mary Gardner, Finance Director Cindy Landry, Attorney Eric Callahan, and Attorney Rich Cody go into executive session pursuant to General Statute Section 1-206B for the purpose of discussing strategy and negotiations related to litigation for tax cases involving fuel cell, Pfizer, and other legal proceedings. So moved.
Second, Kaseri.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So that carries 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Baumgartner.
Recording stopped.
GMTV, I'll contact you as soon as we're out again.
All right, so we are out of executive session at 12:36 a.m. Mr. Burt, do you have anything to say at the end of the executive session?
I do not.
All right. So we'll move on to other business. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I wanted to bring forward and read the referrals that I had sent to the council, and this was the best place to do it and to share. I had made a referral to have the Town of Groton Assessor Mary Gardner present to the council on the reevaluation process and Groton's current reevaluation state of affairs. I believe the town manager is working on.
They're recording a video on Thursday, and that'll be broadcast and on YouTube and all that to explain it.
Thank you. There's also, I'm making a referral to the town council to look into restoring and bringing the Groton Native American wood carving back to Groton. The artist created an Native American carving for each state, and Groton was chosen for Connecticut. It has been tracked down and is in storage at the Mystic Village under Chris Regan. I recall the artist hand carving this glorious one of a kind Native American artwork on site at the Groton Library. This carving is greatly missed by residents, and I would like to see what it will take to bring it back. And that's one of my referrals. We don't need any other support, is what you were saying, correct, Mayor Melendez? And then I'm making a referral. I would request a referral to the actually has to come to the council, but an Economic Development Committee to research a vacant property program with the goal of the program to incentivize property owners to restore active businesses and long-term vacant property and storefronts, cut down on blatant neighborhoods, as well as have statistics and owner contact information on all properties that are vacant. After researching the matter, the Economic Development Committee would report their findings to and potential program guidelines advisement to the town council. And I had attached some other vacant property programs around the country, and hoping that maybe they could take some of these programs and take parts of them, and most notably the registration of vacant properties and an annual escalating registration fee. And I also want to bring forward a referral for the council to appropriate, and this one I have not sent an email about, a referral to appropriate state funding for the NIP tax. Part of it, the NIP tax, is going to go back to communities, and it's supposed to be used to help with cleanup. And I would like some of that funding to go to the beautification committee as they do cleanup events. And this tax was implemented in October, and now that Q1 is done, eventually they'll be reporting to the state, I'm sure. And maybe we can figure out the projections on what will be brought in to our community and make a decision on what would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for all those wonderful ideas. Any other business? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Bordelon, seconded by Jones. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned at 12:40.